Hello, and welcome to this, our 152nd live stream. Good Friday, 2024. This is the day that is celebrated, where we celebrate the crucifixion of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So, is with a heavy heart that we usually come to this event, but it's also good for us, because without that, our sins would not have been paid for on the cross. So it is good for us, but it was also tragic as well. So with that said, we're here tonight to answer your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. And the same rules as always, except we have one additional rule, which we had introduced last week. We also want to remind everyone, too, that our Egypt and the Bible tour is coming up in March of 2025. And if you want to be part of that, please register. See the link below. Okay. Our rules are the same as always, which is Super Chats have priority. Every channel on YouTube is like that. Shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. We do take some non-Super Chats. In which case, put a Q and a colon in front of it so we know it's addressed to us. If that Q and a colon is not there, we don't see it, doesn't exist. At least not to our viewing. Okay. So if you want us to see it, that Q and a colon has to be there. Only post the question once. If it has to do with something in the Bible, or a foreign language, we need a little context. In the case of a Bible verse, we do need what book it's from, what chapter and what verse. For a foreign language, we need what language you think it's in, and what you think it means, just to help us narrow it down. And our new fourth rule is that 11 o'clock is going to be the cutoff for Super Chats, okay? So if we don't receive the Super Chat before 11 p.m. Pacific time, well, thank you. We'll be grateful for the donation, but we're not going to answer the question, and we're not going to store it up for next week either. Okay? So there has to be a limit to this. Otherwise, we could get... I mean, our live streams are just growing longer and longer and longer. So we have to... we have to show some limits, okay? I see Alexis is giggling at that. Your concern over my welfare is touching. Man, these people still want me to do that 24-hour live stream. Not happening. Not happening.
That deserves to be bad.
Jack Ray, Mowgli become gremlins if you feed them after 11 o'clock now. Oh, absolutely. You don't want that happening. Okay. So, let's start getting into the questions. Okay, our first question. Let me explain. How about a 23-hour live stream? You're negotiating now, okay?
That's a good right.
Francis Dobbs, how much do we pay for that stream? Oh, you can't afford it. You can't afford it, dude. All right, so let's get into the questions here. Otherwise, we will be here all night. All right, our first one here is, we're going to start off with 5 non-super chats. And the first one here is from Bonbon. Okay. Annie asks, if God is unchanging, Malachi 3:6, which says, I am the Lord, I do not change. How is it possible for God to come to earth, to be in the temple, to become man, etc.? Okay, it's an excellent question. And the reason is because when God became flesh, took on human form, human flesh, he added a nature to himself. So the part of Christ that is God didn't change. But a new nature was added to him, which is the nature of man. So this is why theologians have always said of, say, the second person of the Trinity, that Jesus Christ was both fully God and fully man. Okay. The God portion doesn't change. The God portion is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. But a new nature is added to him so that he also is fully man as well. Alexis points out here the hypostatic nature. Yes, that's exactly what it is. It's also called the hypostatic nature. So it's the balance of two natures that are both 100% of each. 100% God, 100% man. So, and Beaumont says, I don't really get it. Yeah, it's a tough one. This is a tough one. Big minds in the Christian church have wrestled with this. But what we have here is a teaching that is clear in both cases. It's very clear in the biblical revelation that Christ is fully God, but it's also clear that he's fully man. So it's just one of those things where one nature is added to another nature. So it's a tough concept. Don't worry about grasping it completely right now. It's just one of those things that we can't really apprehend the whole mystery of it. But it is true that, say, I mean, for example, here's one of the things that, like in the history of the church, one of the things we noticed is that, you know, people have tried to wrestle with this and come up with unsatisfactory solutions. This is where we get, say, the Monophysite versus the Nestorian heresies. Two heresies that try to reconcile this in two different ways. Monophysitism basically tried to say that, well, you know, Christ and God's, or sorry, Jesus Christ's human nature and God's nature are one and the same. Because they're one and the same, well, when God is omniscient, Christ is omniscient. When Christ bleeds, God bleeds. Christ is hungry, God is hungry. So that led to certain problems. On the other hand, on the other end of the spectrum, you had the Nestorians, who came up with their own solution to the problem and basically said, well, there's two different natures that never meet. So you had two persons, a human person of Jesus and a divine person of Jesus. Well, that had its own problems, which is you have two persons. They're two distinct entities. They're two different entities. So with that said, that's that's sort of one of the things that we wrestle with as Christians, that whole idea that Christ is fully God and fully man, but yet we have to accept it too. Yeah, we accept the is of this. We accept that is the case, that Christ is fully God and fully man. We're still working out how that works. Okay? We don't exactly know how that works. Just we take that. That's one of those areas where we have to sort of take that on faith, because we don't know the how it works, but we understand that that's what is. If you want to explore this issue topic more, I'd highly recommend reading the proceedings of the Council of Chalcedon. They really go over this, and even they had to admit that, okay, there's a lot of things that this hypostatic union is not, but very hard to sort of nail down what they could infer. But it's enlightening to go through their proceedings and see how they were thinking about this. So that's what I would recommend, is you read the proceedings of the Council of Chalcedon. So anyway, I hope that helped. It's a great question, but it also shows us the limits of our knowledge on this as well. Okay, so thank you for that question. It's a great question. The next question here is from Chao Yi, and he asks, could Genesis be describing the beginning of the Anthropocene era? Yeah, sure. I actually don't think that's unreasonable. For those who don't know, the Anthropocene is basically the beginning where sort of mankind dominates. Anthropos meaning mankind, scene just meaning an era. So, absolutely, it could be this. I don't see any problems with this. There's no problem with this theologically. There's no problem with this historically. So, yeah, Genesis could be describing the beginning of the Anthropocene era. So, I hope that helped, but I don't see any prima facie impediment to it. Okay? All right. So that's the second question. Our third one here. To the top here. And it's at 11:21. All right, from Darkblade. Darkblade asks, why weren't the previous rulers of Egypt, like the Mamluks and the Ottomans, able to decipher Egyptian hieroglyphs? Were they unaware of the Rosetta Stone's existence or something? Okay, the reason why they were not... knowledge of Egyptian hieroglyphs had all but died out by, say, roughly the 2nd or 3rd century AD. And by the 5th century, even knowledge of Demotic was extinct. So when Islam invaded in the 7th century, Egyptian writing systems, with the exception of Coptic, had been already dead for at least 200 years. So there was just no living knowledge of it at this point. So that's why they weren't able to decipher it, because nobody could read it. Yeah, and they were not aware of the Rosetta Stone. And even if they had been, they probably would not have taken great efforts to translate it either. So, they didn't have any bilingual texts. There is an interesting book from that era. I believe it's an 8th or 10th century Islamic book that tries to decipher the hieroglyphs, and reads a little bit like Joseph Smith Jr.'s book on hieroglyphs. So it's not very good. It's not very good. It does take a very allegorical approach to hieroglyphs as opposed to a linguistic approach. But it was by the Islamic era, nobody knew how to read hieroglyphs. No one knew how to read Demotic or Hieratic. The only form of the Egyptian language that anyone could still read at that point was Coptic. So, that's essentially the reason. They didn't have a good means to translate it. And they just... I mean, they spoke Arabic. The Copts, they spoke Coptic and some Greek. Greek was a very well-known language. But nobody could read the hieroglyphs anymore, or even say the cursive forms. So, at that point, it was just a dead language for 200 years already. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for a question. Interesting question. Okay, the next one here from 530. This is from Tim Miara, which is not a question. He asks, not really a question, but I'm pleased to announce that I have submitted my PhD thesis. It's in fluid mechanics. The grind is finally over. Congratulations. The grind's not over. Nice try. Because what you should be doing right now is preparing for your viva, your oral examination. You know, but I'm not going to take away from the accomplishment here. This is an incredible accomplishment. I know when I submitted my PhD thesis, it was like, it was awesome. You know, you are on cloud 9 when you submit this thing. But don't underestimate your viva. Okay? You really want to make sure you know and are well prepared for your oral exam. Jack Ray, but wait, there's more. Yes, there's more. Yeah, you're probably not done with this thing yet. This is probably your first submission. Yeah. Bring your dissertation with you to your viva. You're allowed to do that. It's an open book exam. So definitely bring your PhD, a printed copy of your PhD to your exam. Have it marked up, notes all over the place. It's the only thing you can bring. Really. It's really the only thing you can bring to your exam is your PhD dissertation. And it's an open book. Bring it, mark it up. Be sure you can refer to things inside of it quickly. I mean, when I did my viva, my dissertation was full of post-it notes and bookmarks. They were color-coded. I mean, I could, for any potential answer, I thought of questions they might ask and look, underline things in my dissertation in the event that it was. So really take the time that now that you have it to go through your dissertation and know it inside and out. So, but anyway, congratulations. It's a great accomplishment. I'm so happy for you. And I hope you do really, really well on your oral exam. Okay, and then the final one here we're going to take of the non-super chats here is this one from Daduza Dude. He asks the question, if gods like Osiris could have been deified people, why can't the same not be said of Jesus? Question I got from an atheist. Well, here's the thing. In the case of, let's just talk about Osiris, okay? Now, Osiris' nature didn't start off as a deified, as a person, as a human being. It's one of the things we have to understand about, I think there's a misunderstood issue about Osiris. Basically, what was his true nature in basically before, if he had been a person before his death, versus what he represents in the myth. In the case of Osiris, he was a god to begin with, at least according to the myth. And he was then deified. He wasn't his nature as a god didn't change. Just he became apotheosized. His sort of his material substance changed. Okay? So it's not that Osiris was just a person before, at least according to the mythology that we have today, and then became a god. It was never that situation. Now, whether or not Osiris is based upon a living person is an open question. And a question we still haven't got a satisfactory answer for. But as far as the mythology goes, he started off as a god. He was killed, died, buried, rotted in a tomb. His spirit went to the afterlife and became apotheosized with a new body, where he still remains a god. So, I don't understand exactly how this helps the atheist claim here, because by ontology, Osiris started as a god and ended as a god. Sure, the same could be said for Jesus. He started off as a god, and he ended up as a god. Why can't this be the same? Not a problem. I'm sure that's not where he's going with this. Okay, this is different than the Greek Dionysus, yeah. Because in Greek myth, Dionysus started as a human being, was never ontologically a god to begin with, but was deified through some mysterious process that the Greeks never really explain. Okay? But that's not true of Osiris. Yeah, that's essentially it. The Greeks loved getting drunk so much that they essentially made Dionysus a god. Alexis Dionysus was foul. Oh yeah, totally. Oh yeah. The Bacchae women? Whoa! Oh, yeah, he was the ultimate frat boy. Whoa. Okay. So, you know, in the case of Osiris, though, you know, he starts off as deity and he ends up as deity. Nothing has really changed there. You know, the only thing that Osiris was not able to do was conquer death. He was still dead. Dead. Dead as a doornail dead. Jonah dead. Okay? But unlike Jonah, he didn't come back. So that's a principal difference there. Is that in, say, Egyptian myths, when gods die and go to the next life, they don't come back. So, you know, in the case of Jesus, yeah, they crucified him, he died, and on the third day, he rose from the dead. He didn't stay dead. So, you know, that's a principal difference between the two. So, there isn't a one-to-one correspondence here between Osiris and Jesus. So, you know, in one respect, you can just say, well, yeah, Osiris started as a god, he ended as a god. Jesus started as a god, he ended as a god. But you can also point out here to your atheist friend, there's a difference as well. Osiris was a god, started off a god, got killed, stayed dead, and was just apotheosized in the afterlife. Jesus started off as a god, became flesh, dwelled with us, got killed, but came back, defeating sin and death. And that's why we have the blessed hope, is because Jesus came back. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. And the question is a little confusing, but that's that whole idea that he could have been deified people. Maybe, you know, it's possible, but it's not consistent with the Osiris myth. So I will say that, though, too. All right. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. All right. That's our non-super chats. Let's go on to the super chats now. Our first super chat here is from Lady Q for $4.99. And she asks, are there any Egyptians or Near Eastern parallels to the bitter water test for adultery in Numbers 5:16 to 8? How is the water used made holy, verse 17? Okay. Let's pull up our Bible here. Book of Numbers. And this is the woman who is suspected of adultery. Okay. Basically, a husband thinks she might have been cheating on him. Not sure. So, there's this test. Okay? And the test reads, part 16 here, then the priest shall bring her near and have her stand before the Lord. And the priest shall take holy water in an earthenware vessel. Okay, this is the holy water. So basically, it's a kind. What this is it's water that has been transported, usually from a living source. Living source here is running water, so like from a river, and it's only transported in earthenware jar, or not earthenware, stone vessels. The vessel has to be richly pure. So it has to be done in a richly pure vessel. Stone or metal. Okay? Not earthenware. So it has to be stone or metal. And then it is a piece of the ash from the altar of burnt offering is placed in the water to make it holy. Okay, so it has already some treatment with ash already. Well, verse 17, and the priest shall take holy water in an earthenware vessel, and he shall take some of the dust that is on the floor of the tabernacle and put it into the water. Okay, so it gets a sort of a double exposure to that ash. And in this particular case, it's put in an earthenware vessel. The priest shall then have the woman stand before the Lord and let the hair of the woman's head go loose, and place the grain offering of memorial in her hands, which is the grain offering of jealousy. In the hand of the priest is to be the water of bitterness that brings a curse. And the priest shall have her take her oath, and shall say to the woman, if no man has lain with you, and if you have not gone astray into uncleanness, being under the authority of your husband, be immune to this water of bitterness that brings a curse. Verse 20, and if you, however, have gone astray, being under the authority of your husband, and if you have defiled yourself, and a man other than your husband has had intercourse with you, then the priest shall have the woman swear with the oath of the curse, and the priest shall say to the woman, the Lord make a curse and an oath among you, your people, by the Lord, making your thigh waste away and your abdomen swell. This is a sign of infertility. Okay? So that's basically what's going on here. Is it's a full sort of ritual of preparation of holy water, with the introduction of some ash, and we don't know exactly what the purpose of this. I mean, it is definitely an appeal to God to essentially, bring infertility upon a cheating woman, essentially. Okay? And if she's innocent, God lets her go on. Okay? So, but anyway, how the water is used to be made holy is essentially it's brought up to the Temple Mount, and usually, as I said, in stone or metal vessels, and then ash from the burnt altar of burnt offering is placed in it, and it's blessed. That's holy water in the Jewish temple context. Okay? Now, we don't have any, as far as I know, there's no Egyptian parallels or other Near Eastern parallels to this test. Okay? This seems to be something that's sort of unique to Hebrew ritual. I haven't seen any as so far. There might be something in some of the Mesopotamian annals, law codes, but I don't know of anything in Egyptian that parallels this. One of the reasons you don't find this so much in, say, Egyptian stuff is, well, adultery wasn't as big a deal, to put it bluntly. I mean, it was, but it usually ended in divorce. Marriage in Egypt was a kind of a revolving door. So if there's if someone is suspected of adultery, a charge would be made, and there'd usually be a divorce that follows soon after, and then the respective partners would get remarried soon enough. Because, again, people were going in and out of marriage all the time in Egypt. So adultery did not have the consequences in Egypt that it had in Israelite culture. So the necessity for such tests wasn't needed in Egypt. So it does seem to be one that's particular to Israelite culture. But, I haven't looked this up in, say, the Mesopotamian law codes. There might be something in there about it, but I don't know of any on the top of my head. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. The next super chat here is from Vermin the Trash Rat for $5. Thank you for the super chat. How would you justify God slaughtering the Canaanites in Deuteronomy 20:16-17? Overall, how would you justify any God-sent slaughtering of any nation? Okay, and the reason he gave for asking this question was the recent statements made by William Lane Craig, which kind of, landed him in a bit of controversy. Now, I have talked a little bit about this in one of our Monday videos called Think of the Children, and I would recommend watching that if you want my views on this in detail. But let's just go into this here. And the particular passage he quotes here says, only in the cities of these people that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, you shall not leave alive anything that breathes, but you shall utterly destroy them. The Hittite and the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, the Jebusite, as the Lord your God has commanded you, in order that they may not teach you to do in accordance to all the detestable things that they have done for their gods, so that you would sin against the Lord your God. All right. Now, there's a couple things going on here. Now, first of all, it's not a commandment to destroy everyone. Okay. It is a commandment, first of all, to drive them out of the cities. Okay. So it is restricted to cities. The other thing that's very interesting is one of the things I noticed about William Lane Craig's comments, and he's not alone in this, okay? I've heard it said that, this is justified because the Canaanites were such terrible people. They were awful people. But the Bible doesn't actually make that claim. Yes. Here it's talking about them leading the Israelites into idolatry and sin. And their detestable things to their idols, okay? So the detestable thing in this particular passage has to do with the idolatry and the things done in service to idolatry. Such things include child sacrifice. Okay? It's a bad thing. But when it talks about, say, the iniquity of the inhabitants, the Bible only mentions one people group. And I think this is really interesting, which is in Genesis, I think it's 15:13, where Abraham is told that, the Israelites will be sojourners for 430 years until the iniquity of the Amorites is complete. Now, I think this is really super interesting because the iniquity of the Amorites has a special place in the Levant. Okay? The Amorites occupied a strip of land from Byblos in Lebanon down the northern Levant across into the Heshbon and Arnon. Basically, that land through which the Israelites enter. And it's the Amorites that have control of all of that northern Levant area. And they have had that control ever since, say, the mid 14th century BC. Okay? So when you look at by the time the Israelites come into the promised land, the Canaanites actually control very little at that point. The Canaanites themselves are no longer a potent people. They lost their holdings to, say, the Philistines on the coastal plain. They had lost their holdings to the Amorites in the north. We talk about sometimes Hatzor as being a Canaanite city, but it really wasn't by the time the Israelites came. By the time the Israelites arrived, it was now an Amorite city. So, and we know that from the Amarna letters, essentially, that the Amorites had seized control of the whole area around Hatzor. So, really, the only area that the Canaanites had any sort of autonomy over at that point was that small piece of the Judean foothills, which would be the tribe of Judah at that point, the landholdings of the tribe of Judah. So that's it. The Canaanites were already a dying people, essentially. They had been reduced to city-states. They had lost control. So, who then, if they had already lost control to everybody else? I mean, the Philistines had controlled basically from the Mediterranean all the way east to halfway across the Shephelah Valley. There's not much left for the Canaanites to have autonomy over. So, who are the Israelites that are fighting? Other foreign invaders who are already there. This is why when you look at this, like verse 17 here, you shall utterly destroy the Hittite, the Amorite. Well, the Hittites aren't native. They're invaders from Anatolia. The Amorite, they're not native. They're invaders from northern Mesopotamia. Okay, the Canaanites are the only sort of natives left. Parasite and the Hivite. The Hivites, those are the remnants of the Mitanni. And the Jebusites. So essentially, we don't really even know who the parasites really are, but the Canaanites and the Jebusites are probably the only indigenous inhabitants of that region. And frankly, the Jebusites were reduced to one city. There were no Jebusites outside of Jerusalem. So, yeah. Well, bring those comments up. Second here, I'll bring those up. BC quotes Deuteronomy 9:4-6. After the Lord your God has driven them out before you, do not say to yourself, the Lord your God has brought me here to take possession of the land of my righteousness. No, it is not on account of the wickedness of these nations that the Lord is going to drive them out for you. Yeah. But again, it's the wickedness of idolatry. It's the wickedness of the detestable practices that come with idolatry. They weren't as significantly, and frankly, the fact is too that Israel loses its possession of the land for the exact same reasons. We have to remember that too, is that the reason that the Lord has driven them out was to prevent Israel from falling into those practices. They fall in those practices anyway, and then they get carted off to Assyria and Babylon. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, pay attention, peeps. You don't want to fall into that same trap that, people do fall into. Okay? So now it's also true as well when we look at, say, this whole question, and it's going to be very difficult to answer this whole question satisfactory in, say, a super chat anyway. Okay. This is complicated. And we've already mentioned some of the stuff that makes this so complicated. The one is that, we're not talking about indigenous peoples. Well, if we're not talking about indigenous peoples, then the claim to the land is contestable anyway. I mean, this is why Jephthah, in Judges 11 the king of Ammon says to Jephthah, hey, we want the land back that the Amorites took from us. And Jephthah goes, well, it wasn't your land. It was the Amorite land, and God gave it to us. So, at that point, it becomes contested property. So, you got that going on. Second of all, is there wasn't as the slaughter was not as big as you might have supposed. The Israelites didn't wipe them out. We know of 3 cities that the Israelites utterly destroyed. Jericho, Ai, and Hatzor. Now, Hatzor wasn't even a Canaanite city at that point. It was an Amorite city at that point. The other 2, yeah, maybe. But, it's very limited in scope. And the fact is that most of the Canaanites end up getting assimilated into Israelite culture. They intermarried with them. That's what happened to them. So how much of this is war propaganda and hyperbole of basically ancient Near Eastern war propaganda, as opposed to, say, what the Israelites actually did? So I think there's a lot going on here. But I think one of the things that got William Lane Craig in the biggest trouble was his idea that, well, the children were guilty, and therefore it was good for them to be slaughtered, and it was, and they received blessing in the afterlife because of it. I think that's a problematic statement. I think that's a problematic statement, and I think it neglects a very important issue, which is the whole idea of collateral damage. Okay, the children are not necessarily involved in the detestable practices, but the parents are. And when there's no such thing as private sin, we kind of live in a culture where we think our sins are only going to affect us. Therefore, no one should be. If we're not harming anyone, no one should be involved. Well, there's a fallacy there, a flaw in reasoning, and that the idea is that everything we do is just private and only affects us. It doesn't. None of our sins affect only us. Sins become public. Sins affect our families. They affect our neighbors. They affect our employers, our students, our teachers. So, and it was the same true of them. This was a clan-based culture. It was a clan-based culture. So, if you wipe out the parents, the children grow up and they seek revenge. And the cycle of violence continues. I think that's you can't escape that in a clan-based culture. That's how the cycle of violence just keeps going on. The children avenge the parents. So, and it's one of those things where, because of that, these sorts of commands are not made in perpetuity. They're meant for a certain time and place. This is why it's not a real issue to the modern Christian, is because this was one stop in getting the Israelites where they needed to be to have relationship with their God. So it's just one of those things that it's not a permanent perpetuitous command. The fact is that Solomon starts dissolving the tribal system. By the time Israel gets invaded by Assyria, the clan system starts getting dissolved. And that dissolution is finished pretty much with the Babylonians. At that point, Israel ceases being a clan-based society. And once Israel ceases to be a clan-based society, that cycle of retribution ends as well. So there's a lot here to sort of unpack. So we've only just scratched the surface here. There's no way I could adequately cover this in even 20, 30 minutes. Okay. But this will give you at least an awareness of some of the issues involved. Clan culture and clan retribution and vengeance killings. You have the whole idea that, say, iniquity, the fullness of the iniquity was not of the Canaanites, but it was the Amorites. The fact is that the Canaanites themselves did not control their own destinies at this point, but had been reduced to city-states. Contested land by various foreign occupying forces. So there's a lot here involved. And the fact is that you've got war hyperbole thrown into all of this. There's a lot to unpack. And the fact is that ultimately Israel didn't secure the land for about 2 centuries, really. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Complicated question. It's not something that a pat answer can just cover it all. Okay? It's a complicated question and it has to be unpacked. All right. So, next super chat here. go down here. Next super chat here is from AT Ministries. Get both of them. All right. For 199, thank you very much for the super chat. He says, I've got the money. Okay. So I guess we are going to be doing that that review of and walkthrough, at least partial walkthrough, of Assassin's Creed Origins. Oh dear. Oh boy. Well, I can tell what I'm going to be doing for at least a full week. 20 hours at least. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the the live chat here is yakking it up. They love this. They're thrilled. They're finally going to get their Assassin's Creed Origins playthrough. Yeah. Let's see. Get some of the comments here. Dean Salazar says, oops, you should have made it $10,000. Yeah, I should have. I just settled too low. I didn't think he would do it. Remember the trash rat. 18 ministries, you have our respect. Thank you for doing the Lord's work. Oh boy. Yo. Oh, well. Alrighty, so, AT Ministries, now what? Insert I didn't think I'd make it meme. Well, you know, what you should do is, you'll have to send this to me to my PayPal account. My PayPal account is mentioned in the address is in the description. Send me the amount, and as soon as we get the amount, we will start working on this. So, looks like we're going to be doing a review of Assassin's Creed Origins. So, no more weekly reminders. Yes, that's right, Haystack. Of course, if we don't get it through the PayPal account, we won't do it. So, we do reserve that right. Payment in full on this. Prior to doing it. All right. 18 Ministers 199. Please reach out as to what to do now. Laugh out loud. Well, I'll leave that to the people in the live chat for what they want you to do next. But let's just make sure you get that money to me before you count all your chickens hatched yet, okay? All right, his next question here is from for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Yes, what's a Toledot? How is it different from a genealogy? Okay, that's actually a really good question. A Toledot is like a genealogy, but it's slightly different. Toledot is a Hebrew word. It's often translated as genealogy, but it's not really a genealogy. And the reason why it's different is because of its perspective. Okay? Now, a genealogy in the West answers a particular question, which is, where did we come from? Toledots don't answer that question. They don't answer the question, where do you come from? They answer the question, what was the result? Okay. So with a Toledot, you have, say, somebody doing something good or naughty. You sometimes get Toledots after somebody doing something naughty. And they will show what the result of that naughtiness was. Now, a Toledot in, say, a Hebrew context can be used for a lot of things. Okay? Not just to show, say, posterity, but that is definitely one of the most important features of a Toledot, is it shows what's the result of certain actions. But it can also be used for other things as well. It can be used to show someone's tie to another person without explicitly saying it. It can be used to show a kind of honor. Like, for example, we have this in First Chronicles, where basically the line of Samuel is integrated into a Levitical Toledot to make the line of Samuel honorary Levites so they can serve in the temple, even though he's not a Levite. He's an Ephraimite. Okay? So, a Toledot can be used in a lot of ways and for a lot of different purposes. It doesn't just have one purpose. So, whereas a genealogy generally has that one purpose of trying to show where you came from, Toledots serve a variety of different purposes. There's a for example, there's a Toledot, just a tiny one, a tiny Toledot, just before Uzzah gets struck down by the Lord for touching the Ark of the Covenant. Most people don't even notice it. It's only like a 2-line Toledot, but it's a Toledot. And that Toledot is there to show you that Uzzah was King David's nephew. It was a way of showing this without explicitly saying it. Okay? So, Toledots serve many purposes. They can show honor, they can show dishonor, they can be used to teach, they can be used to show say posterity. They can even be used, as I said, in some ways that they can be spliced, they can be manipulated. They're not meant to show exact lineage either. Okay? As I said, there are some fictional Toledots that are there to, as I said, convey specific honors that are like we would do, like, for example, a honorary doctorate. An honorary doctorate is not a real doctorate. No more than being king for a day makes you a monarch. Okay? King for a day is an honor, not a real source of authority. Or, where they give you give you the key to the city. The key to the city doesn't allow you to get into every building in a city. Harry Stark, honorary doctorates are only PR stunts. Yeah, they are, essentially. They're essentially PR stunts. They're not real doctorates. And they don't give you the right to call yourself doctor either. Okay? But they convey a certain honor. Well, the Israelites had honorary Toledots. Toledots to honor an individual for past service by allowing them to continue to do a certain function. So this is why you have that 1 Chronicles 7 Toledot for the posterity of Samuel, not 7, 6. 1 Chronicles 6, where the posterity of Samuel are made honorary Levites so they can serve as singers in the temple. Even though biologically and by lineal descent, they are Ephraimites. So, let me explain. What is an honorary doctorate? It's, for those who don't know what an honorary doctorate is, it's essentially when certain schools will at their convocations, at their graduation ceremonies, give out these honorary doctorates. Essentially, they're a kind of, as Haystack said, they're kind of a publicity stunt. They're basically a way to honor an individual with a doctorate for a day, essentially. At that ceremony, you'll be honored as if you had a doctorate, which is kind of a whole pointless exercise, but it's often done this way. Like, for example, let's say you want someone famous to come speak at your graduation or commencement ceremony, okay? How you get them to come there is you say, we want to honor you with an honorary doctorate. So we'll honor you for a day to come and speak, and you get to wear the fancy robes and all that, and participate in the pageantry for a day. Yeah, it's more that you get to wear the hat and the robe and participate in the pageantry. That's what it's about. Sometimes they'll give honorary doctorates for large contributions made to the school. Like, I've seen that happen, where somebody gave a sizable amount of money to a school, and they would give them an honorary doctorate. So, yeah, Jack Ray nails it here. Much ado about nothing. Yeah, pretty much. Keeps Learning says, honorary degree is still a great honor. Well, not if you can buy it. Really. The fact is, most schools do need somebody famous to come speak. And it's kind of a pain in the butt to do. So I mean, if you think about how many honorary doctorates are given out. I mean, honorary degrees are like, I mean, they're giving those things out like candy. I mean, really. I mean, there's more honorary doctorates being given out than a legitimate doctorates at this point.
It's more like...
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I remember D. James Kennedy, when he was still alive, he bragged about having 23 doctorates, and you found out like 22 of them were honorary. It's like, it's like, how much are these worth if you got 23 of them? I mean, really? Bon, I want an honorary doctorate. Give a school a lot of money. I'm sure they'll oblige. Harry Stark, inflation of honorary doctorates. Oh boy, isn't it? I mean, it's crazy. It's really crazy. I mean, I remember for my my graduation ceremony, which I didn't attend. I did not attend my PhD graduation ceremony. I mean, I was one of 2 PhDs, legitimate doctorates. They had 4 honorary doctorates. 4 honorary, 2 earned. Is Marian cheaper by the dozen? Oh, yep. Alexis, yikes. Dean Seltzer says, I just won a master's degree. Well, you know, they used to give honorary masters. That used to be a thing. It used to be that, you know, you couldn't get an honorary doctorate until you had an earned master's degree. But they found that they couldn't get anyone to show up. Nobody would make the trip out for an honorary master's. Yes. Yes, Alexis asks, can they give honorary bachelor's? Yes, I know of one honorary bachelor's degree. Okay, and it was given to a mentally disabled water boy who had served the college football team for 20 years. It was probably the most meaningful degree they ever gave out. They couldn't give him an honorary doctorate because, so they gave him an honorary bachelor's. So, yeah, a literal water boy, yes. So, yeah, so cool. Alexis says that one gets a pass. Yes, that one gets a pass. Yeah, that one is worth more than all the other honorary doctorates combined. That one gets a pass. So, they should call it doctorate for a day. Yeah. Yeah, they should put an expiration date on it so nobody gets confused. Okay. But so anyway, yeah, that's that. An honorary bachelor's is a thing. It is a thing. They have been given out. Honorary masters used to be given out. They don't give them out anymore though, just because nobody would come for them. So, Bon asked the question: can you put it on your resume? No. It's generally considered to be poor form. Put an honorary degree on your resume. It's not. I mean, it's not an earned degree. You didn't earn it. I mean, yeah, there are going to be some people who push back and say, "Well, I earned it through my life experience." Yeah, but you're already counting your life experience on your resume, so you don't get to double dip. Okay. Lexus, no one would show up if it was called doctorate for a day. Yeah, but unfortunately, people are going around saying that calling themselves doctor as a result of this. Like, man, there's so many of them. It's not even funny. So many of them. Okay. Well, let's get back to the super chats here. Get it. And all the way up. Well, Ravi Zacharias, his highest earned degree was a Master of Divinity. That was his highest earned degree. But there's a guy who used to call himself doctor because of honorary degrees. Perfect example. So it's okay. Next, let's get to the next one here. Next super chat here. 18 Ministries for $4.99. Does Romans 13:2 mean revolutions are bad? Can telos mean payment in Romans 13:7? Okay, a couple of Romans 13 questions here. So let's get Romans up. Romans chapter 13. Well, I'm not going to read the whole passage here, but let's just read the two verses here. Now, the first one here is from Romans 13:2. Therefore, he who resists authority has opposed the ordinance of God, and they who have opposed will receive condemnation upon themselves. Okay. Now, this is what we call a general maxim. And this is not meant to cover every situation, but it is meant to be, say, prescriptive of a general lifestyle. So in that respect, yes, revolutions are generally discouraged for standard moral Christian behavior. And I know this is going to tick off those who believe in liberation theology, but I think liberation theology is an abomination too. The whole idea of raising funds to give money to people to buy guns to uprise against their government. Yeah, that's the yeah. You give to Caesar what's Caesar's, okay? And part of what's given to Caesar is, obedience.
Caesar, what?
So I would definitely say that this is one of those things where you have to there's not a good, basically the only cause for civil disobedience is if the government is telling you to choose between them and God. That's really where say a government's laws are preventing you from obeying God's laws. But even then, it's you're called to witness, not to overthrow authority. The whole all of this is being done in the light of the Roman Empire. A brutal and really, at the time when this stuff is being written, is during the reign of Nero. I mean, talk about, when Paul is giving out these obedience passages, it's under the reign of the most brutal emperor that Rome ever produced. So, if Paul can basically say to Christians, do not resist authority while Nero's in charge. I mean, that's saying something. That's basically making the whole prospect of revolution a very high bar. Yeah, Thousand Clever Boy says Nero was very popular early on, around when Romans was written. Yeah, but not for Christians. It wasn't great for Christians. This is the guy who used Christians as tiki torches. This was not a good thing for Christians. So, yeah. Well, I mean, he's, Nero had, not only fed Christians to lions, he had them covered in tar and set afire. This is not a nice guy. This was one of the most evil Roman emperors that ever walked the earth. Yeah, set on fire while being alive. Exactly. So, so in general, the Bible discourages revolution. Okay. Now, as far as the question on Romans 13:7, render to all that is due to them, tax to whom tax is due, and telos here is in this translation, which is the New American Standard, is custom. So telos to whom telos, custom to whom telos, fear to whom fear, honor to whom honor. Now, telos has an interesting meaning. It can mean payment for the question here. It's sort of the idea that it's the idea of end. A debt is a telos. So debt for debt. It's the root lexeme for what Christ said on the cross to telestai. It's finished, paid in full. The end of the debt is paid, so it's finished. Okay? So in verse 7 here, the debt for whom there is a debt. So essentially, verse 7 is basically saying, render to all what is due. Whether it's a tax, whether it's a debt, whether it's fear, whether it's honor. And this is, again, hearkening back to giving to Caesar what's Caesar's. Okay? You owe a debt to the government, you pay it. You owe them a tax, you pay the tax. You owe them your obedience, you give them your obedience. If they require honor, you give them honor. The only thing you don't give them is what's God's alone. So if they ask for worship, you don't give them that, because worship belongs to God alone. You know, it's like Christ said to the Israelites on the Temple Mount. You know, when the Israelites came up to him and said, do we give our taxes to Caesar? Now, Jesus says, anyone got a coin? Of course, they're on the Temple Mount. No one should be having a coin. That's the point. That's the one point. That's the one thing everybody overlooks about that little incident. Nobody should be having a coin on the Temple Mount because it was a graven image. Why you had the money changers? They were supposed to change out the monies with the face for those without a face. Okay? So, but one of them happened to have a coin in his pocket. And Jesus says, whose face do you see on the coin? Caesar's. He says, give to Caesar what's Caesar's. Give to God what's God's. That's the point here. And that's what Romans 13 here is leveraging off of. Giving to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Give to God what belongs to God. Yeah. So you owe service to both. It's a different kind of service, though. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. So telos here is basically another way of saying a debt. A debt, something that's owed. Okay, super chat here is from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Can you explain how the Satans mentioned in the Old Testament, 1 Chronicles 21:1, Job 1:6, Zechariah 3:1, Numbers 22:22, and Saints specified in the New Testament aren't the same figure? Well, okay. It's a little more complicated than that, but sometimes they're the same, sometimes they're not. The Satans mentioned in the Old Testament tend to be focused on the idea of Satan as a job or a particular role, as in an adversary. Satan means an adversary. Okay. In the New Testament, it's tend to be used as a proper noun or a name. Okay. Now, in 3 of those 4 cases in the Old Testament, it's in that sort of role as a job function or as an adversary. an unspecified adversary. Well, let's take, for example, 1 Chronicles 21:1. Okay? Then a Satan, an adversary here, stood up against Israel and moved David to number Israel. Now, that's in that sort of vein of being an adversary, but not necessarily being, say, the Prince of Darkness that's mentioned in the New Testament. Okay? Job chapter 1, verse 6. Now, there was in those days when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came among them. Now, in this particular case, the term Satan is sort of a job function. It's just job description. An adversary, sometimes like Kaiser used to call God's prosecutor. His role is to provide resistance. So it's unclear if this is the same being that's being referenced in the New Testament. However, strictly speaking, the role here is one of a prosecutorial role and an adversary to, say, Job, but maybe fulfilling a legitimate function otherwise. Okay? Now, Zechariah. The Zechariah one next. Actually, let's take him last. Do the number one next. Numbers 22. 22. Okay. And the verse reads, "But God was angry because he was going, and the angel of the Lord took his stand in the way as an adversary," here's the word is Satan, "against him. Now he was riding on his donkey, and his 2 servants were with him." Okay. So here, the angel of the Lord is actually the being a Satan here, an adversary. So here it again is not referring to a fallen angelic being as it is in the New Testament, but it is talking about, say, an adversary against a particular human being, in this case, Balaam. And then finally, Zechariah 3:1. Zechariah. 3, verse 1. Okay, and this text says, "Then he showed me Joshua the high priest standing before the angel of the Lord, and Satan standing at his right hand to accuse him. And the Lord said to Satan, 'The Lord rebuke you, Satan. Indeed, the Lord who has chosen Jerusalem rebuke you. Is this not a brand plucked from the fire?'" Okay, so this is the one reference to Satan in the Old Testament that most closely matches the New Testament. It matches it in the way that it's a being that's operating outside of his function. So if Satan in, say, the book of Job is serving a legitimate function in being an adversary and a prosecutor, but is doing that within a certain purview, this is an example of a Satan that is doing it outside of that purview. And because he is doing it outside of that purview, he is being rebuked. And if he is outside of his proper authorized role, that he has not kept his station and is a fallen entity. So this is the one example in the Old Testament that very, very closely echoes the same sort of descriptions that we do find of Satan in the New Testament. Okay? So I would say in this particular case, the instance of Satan here in Zechariah 3 is the same as what we find in the New Testament. So I don't think the New Testament has sort of gone off on its own tangent, but is very much leveraging off of the same descriptions of Satan that we find in, say, Zechariah 3. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okie dokie. Next super chat here is also from AT Ministries for $19.99. Thank you so much for the super chat. And he asks, what would you say to someone who is conflicted about his spiritual gifts? I get told a lot that I have a gift of teaching. That's a pretty good sign, by the way, that you have a gift. But I am very hesitant to bring it up when my pastor asks because I don't want to be seen as prideful. Okay. This is actually pretty common. I've heard this happen before. Now, being conflicted about spiritual gifts is not all unusual. For some reason, we kind of got a little bit of angst in the church over the whole issue of spiritual gifts. Some of it is because of abuses of spiritual gifts, or reticent to believe that they still exist because not everybody has them. Not everyone's saved. Okay. But one of the things about spiritual gifts is they are intended for the edification of the church, for the building up of the body of believers. Okay. They're not explicitly used for, say, evangelism, although they can at times be used in that manner. But they are generally they're used to help build the body of believers. So I would not be reticent to use spiritual gifts. I think everybody who is a believer in Christ has them, has the potential to grow into them, and these will be used for the body of Christ, to help the body grow and function and thrive. Okay? So I wouldn't be conflicted about just having them. Okay? Now, with that said, the gift of teaching, how do I say this? It can be threatening to certain pastors. Okay? Now, I don't know if your pastor's this way, but I have heard of pastors that are really threatened by people who have the gift of teaching. Okay? Really, really threatened by it. Because frankly, some of those who have the supernatural gifting of teaching are better teachers than the pastor themselves. So, this can be an issue. Okay? Even if you don't seem prideful about it, and even if you're not prideful about it, because the gift doesn't originate with you, it originates with God, so not your gift, not yours anyway, it can still be a source of tension. Here's how I would deal with this. If you're unsure of if you actually have the gift, this will work for this too. I would recommend volunteering to be a Sunday school teacher. Okay? I don't know a church out there that doesn't have difficulty getting Sunday school teachers. Okay? Volunteer to be a Sunday school teacher. You know, I mean, to be honest, if you've got a gift of teaching, there's one place you can really, really use it. You know, if it means, I mean, I as I said, most churches have difficulty filling the roles of Sunday school teachers. There's just not enough people willing to do it. And it's a great place to serve, and it usually will not cause tension with a pastor. And if you prove to be good as a Sunday school teacher, there might be other opportunities out there to continue to teach. So I think that's what's this? Oh, Milo says, I have the gift of accidentally making people uncomfortable because people aren't used to edgy dressed teenagers who are super friendly and outgoing. Yeah, I've got the spiritual gift of snarkiness and flippancy. So, alrighty. But that's what I would recommend, is in order to sort of avoid the whole, say, if you're worried that there's going to be conflict with your pastor over teaching, exercising that gift of teaching, volunteer for Sunday school. If you've got a director of Christian education, she'll be happy to have another, teacher on board willing to do it. And there's always a call for it. Always a call. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. And but that's what I would recommend here, is just volunteer to be a Sunday school teacher, and it's a good test. To be honest, it's a good test of your teaching abilities, your organizational skills, and do you really have the gift? All right. Next one here from AT Ministries 2. For $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. Yes. How do I correct a brother in Christ? He evangelizes to a new worker, which I love, but I often see him saying wrong things and want to correct him, but I don't want to in front of the new co-worker. Oh boy. Yeah, this is a tough one. Okay. This is a real tough one. A brother who, how do I say this? I knew a guy who, how do I say this? When he would evangelize to people, was very ham-fisted about it. And it just rubbed people the wrong way. Rubbed people the incredibly wrong way. Rather than serve the cause of Christ, what it did was it gave people an excuse not to be a Christian, to turn off the message. Okay? I will say this. Evangelism, and you can throw in apologetics into this as well, is a delicate art. It's a delicate art. It requires more listening than speaking. Yeah, it's not a one method fits all. It's not a one method fits all sort of deal. Okay. So it's going to be really difficult because, first of all, this is a brother to whom you're not in a position of authority with. So there's going to be limits, and it's a work situation too. That complicates this. So, this is all the potential of going very wrong. Okay. So, one thing I might do in this particular case, if it's really bad, get to know him better, have lunch with the guy, see where he's coming from, why he's doing it, what his level of knowledge really is. Have lunch with a guy. Because this is a work situation. And you're going to still have to work with this guy at the end of the day. Okay? So this is what I would recommend. Is go have lunch with a guy. See where he's coming from. Don't necessarily correct him. You may want to ask some questions about why he's saying certain things, especially if they're really off. But understand that at the end of the day, you still have to work with this guy. You're going to have to be professional around him. But I also know, too, that some of these guys who see themselves as evangelists really make matters worse. Yeah. They don't make things better, they make things worse. Okay? So, anyway, that's the best I can give you here. Again, because it's a work situation, you have to be very sensitive to the fact that this is a work situation. So, ultimately, you have to do this within the confines of what your employer wants you to do. Okay? Some employers will allow this, some of them will really not. So, you got to keep that in mind, too. And, you might want to talk to the new guy, too. That probably wouldn't hurt. Away from the other guy. Okay, let's... Yeah. Yeah, this is a really hard question to give an answer to because we don't have the specifics. We don't have the specifics, and because we don't have the specifics, we don't know exactly what's going on and what the circumstances are.
But that is something.
Yeah. My producer recommends praying for discernment, and I would agree with that. Yeah, definitely pray for discernment here. There's definitely that going on. So, pray for discernment, see how the Holy Spirit guides you here. Just be careful, though, because this is an employment situation and things can get really bad really fast if, people don't take things well. Okay? So, understand that. Keep that in mind. Be reflective and pray. Pray for wisdom. Pray for discernment. Okay? So, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helps. Okay, AT Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. How'd you and your wife meet / know she was the one? Well, some of you already know. We met at a science fiction convention. Okay. We met at a small, how to say it's, focus group? Called the Birds of a Feather. Basically, where like-minded people get together and discuss a certain subject. And this particular Birds of a Feather was Christians. Christians within science fiction. What's it like to be a Christian inside of a environment that's hostile to Christianity? Okay. So, it was actually quite a turnout. There was actually like 20, 30 people there. And I saw this charming young woman, making some statements, and I said to her, "Hey, you've got some very interesting opinions on the theory of evolution. Would you like to have lunch and talk about it?" And that basically started it. How did I know she was the one? Well, I prayed a lot. Basically, it became clear that, she was the perfect match for me. She was interested in a lot of things I was interested in. We were both interested in science fiction. We were both voracious readers. Both interested in scholarly things. Yeah. So how did I know she was the right one? Well, I didn't. Okay. But I knew enough to know what was the wrong one. Okay. So I knew she was a Christian. I knew she was, as I said, one that a person I could live with. So it's easier to know the wrong one than the right one on this in this particular case, So
That's Jack.
Gray says, I keep running into women like that who are married. So never mind. Yeah. That's a sign it's the wrong one.
The vows are forbidden. You better be sure.
Yeah. I mean, this is the person you're going to be spending the rest of your life with. Okay? Yeah, you better be sure she's the right one. Okay? Or he, depending on your gender. But yeah, that's the thing is you want to be sure it's the right one. Because it's you can end, yeah, it can be a mess if it's not the right one. It's better to stay single than to marry badly. So Bonbon asks, is serial monogamy sinful? It is if you're not married to him. Monogamy alone is not marriage. Okay? So the answer to that is can be yes, it also can be no. If, for example, you're married to one and your spouse dies and you marry again, that spouse dies, marry again, and that spouse dies. As long as you're not killing them off intentionally, let's be clear about that. Natural deaths, serial monogamy is fine. But that's all within the confines of marriage. Serial monogamy outside the confines of marriage is sinful. Okay, it's not according to God's plan. Okay, so that's what I would suggest here. If that's the view of what you think marriage is, then it's better to stay single, essentially. Okay, let's get back here to the super chats. Oh, tonight's flying fast. Tony G, I think you have a gift for marriage counseling, Dr. Fulk. I have been married for 25 years. I mean, it's I hope I should have learned something by that point. Oh boy. If I've learned nothing after 25 years of marriage, then boy, then I'm hopeless. Okay, let's get back to this. All the way back up here. This night's just flying by. Okay. Really leave off here. Okay, next one here from 18 Ministries for 499. Thank you for the super chat. My pastor says Judges 13:18 is proof Isaiah 9:6 reads wonderful counselor rather than wonderful counselor. Thoughts? All right. Let's take a look here. Pull up the Bible here. let's just take a look at Judges 13. Judges 13, verse 18. We only need the one verse here. And quick look at the Hebrew, because adjectival absolute. Okay, but the angel of the Lord said to him, "Why do you ask my name, seeing it is wonderful?" Okay. Now, so it's an adjectival absolute. Go to Isaiah 9:6. Again. Okay, it's not an adjective, it's a noun. Noun, common, masculine, singular, absolute. So it's not an adjective. Counselor is a stipple, so it looks like it's a construct form. Okay. Masculine, yeah, that looks like it's a construct. Okay. So what we're dealing with here is two different constructions. The Judges 13:18 one is essentially an adjective. So it's an adjective absolute. So it's an adjective that's treated in a nominalized form. So my name is wonderful. Okay? So it's using that adjective in a way that is noun-like, but not a noun. Okay? Now, in the case here, we got something slightly different going on in Isaiah 9:6, where it says, "And his name will be called Wonderful Counselor." And what we have here is a noun and construct, okay, or a construct noun. So wonderful here is a counselor of wonder, because Hebrew does not have a genitival preposition. It does this by placing certain nouns in construct sequence to each other. So what we have here is a construct form where wonderful counselor or counselor of wonder. Okay. So the problem here is that the two constructions between Judges 13:18 and Isaiah 9:6 isn't the same. It's not the same. So even though it looks the same in English, in Hebrew, they're definitely different. Okay. So Isaiah 9:6 would be better rendered wonderful counselor instead of, say, wonderful as a nominalization and counselor. Okay. So this is where I would lean on this, is because of that construct form. It would be used more like an adjective here in Isaiah 9:6, as opposed to a nominalized adverb like we find in Judges 13:18. Even though the translation in the English looks the same. This is one of those things where just because of the way Hebrew handles it is different, you can't use Judges 13:18 as a proof of how to read Isaiah 9:6. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one from AT Ministries for $1.99. Can't wait to get started on the new project. Laugh out loud. Okay. I wonder what torment you have for me next. Yep. Hey, yeah. I mean, yes, doing Assassin's Creed Origins is gonna feel like work, but hey, I'm getting paid for it now, so I guess it is work. Okay. All right, the next one here is from Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. May you provide commentary regarding Luke 10:38-42. Okay. Hold up. Luke chapter 10. $38-42. Bible here? Okay. And the passage goes, now as they were traveling along, he entered a certain village, and a woman named Martha welcomed him into her home. And she had a sister named Mary, who, moreover, was listening to the Lord's words, seated at his feet. But Martha was distracted with all her preparations. And she came up to him and said, Lord, do you not care that my sister has left me to do all the serving alone? Tell her to help me. But the Lord answered and said, Martha, Martha, you are worried and bothered about so many things. But only a few things are necessary. Really, one. For Mary has chosen the good part, which shall not be taken away from her. Okay. This is... what's going on here is Christ visits this home. The home of a woman named Martha, who has a sister named Mary. And Martha just starts, making food and cleaning up and doing all the laborious stuff. And Mary instead plunks herself at the feet of Jesus and listens. And Martha basically says to Jesus, tell Mary to work also. Well, if you're smart, you're not getting in between that one. But Jesus says to Martha, hey, you know what? You're worried about a lot of stuff. You got a lot of worries here. But you're not focusing on what's important. The work comes and goes. Christ is only there for a moment. And this is what he's focusing on here, is he's basically saying, he's not even saying everything she's doing is wrong. This is not. But he's saying you've consumed yourself with so many tasks and so many worries and so many concerns that you're confusing what is urgent for what's important. You can be distracted by what's urgent, and you could miss what's important. And this is what's happening here. Martha is consumed by the urgent, consumed by the tasks, but she's missing out on the importance. The importance is God in human flesh is in her home and is teaching. And she's missing out on that. Mary's not missing out on it. I'm sure Jesus would have been just fine with a bit of bread. No. And we can get into these states of mind. This is like, for example, the parable of the sower and the seed. There's one section of that parable where the seed lands on rocky ground where there's thorns, and the seed sprouts, but is choked out by the cares of this world. Martha's one of those seeds. She's in danger of being choked out by the cares of the world. That's why Christ is trying to bring her back and say, hey, you're worried about a lot of stuff. Almost none of it's necessary. Few things are necessary. And really, in this particular case, only one. He doesn't want Martha to miss out. Oh, it's very radical. It's also radical, too, because it also contravenes the sense of hospitality. There was a tradition in the ancient Near East where someone came into your home, you had to provide great amounts of hospitality. That's really countercultural. Really countercultural to basically tell them, hey, you don't have to pay so much attention to the hospitality here, because you're missing out on something that's really, really important. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And a Sabbath, as my producer says, you hear, that's what the Sabbath was for women, was no cooking, no cleaning. They got to rest and enjoy too. So that's really what's going on here is Christ is telling Martha, you're being distracted by the work when you should be focused on the essentials, the things that are really important. Yeah. But, essentially he's telling her she should be sitting there too. So, again, that's what's going on here in this passage is he's basically telling her to focus on Christ. Focused on the essential thing. Make the most important thing the most important thing. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And the next one here is from, let me explain, followers of the Shepherd, $2. Thank you for the super chat. Please answer my question on Ezekiel 18:4. Okay. Yep. And he asks, does Ezekiel 18:4 mean the person who sins will die spiritually or physically? How in Genesis Adam and Eve died spiritually and not physically when they ate the forbidden fruit. Okay, let's look at this. Go take Ezekiel. (18) and 4. Now we'll actually have to take it back a little bit. Start actually at verse 1 and we'll go to verse 4 here. Okay. So Ezekiel 18:1. Then the word of the Lord came to me saying, what do you mean by using this proverb concerning the land of Israel, saying, the fathers eat the sour grapes, but the children's teeth are set on edge? As I live, declares the Lord, You are surely not going to use this proverb in Israel anymore. Behold, all souls are mine. The soul of the Father as well as the soul of the Son is mine. The soul who sins will die. But if a man is righteous and practices justice and righteousness, etc. Okay. Here's what's going on. Now, first of all, this is talking about the whole Sinai problem. Okay. This is the Sinai problem. This is the Old Covenant problem. And this proverb in verse 2, even though you didn't address it directly in the question, we do need to talk about it. That whole proverb, the fathers eat the sour grapes, but the children's teeth are set on edge. This is talking about grapes as highly acidic food, okay? Now, this is the illustration is trying to communicate. That the fathers ate so many grapes, and grapes are highly acidic. So what happens is, the acid in the grapes sort of eats at the enamel of your teeth, and it makes your teeth feel weird, and you eat too many grapes, and you go, because your teeth just feel really bizarre, okay? The idea here is that the fathers are sinning so much that the children are feeling the consequences of their parents' sin. And that's because under the Old Covenant, you are responsible for the sins of your father, and his father, and his father, going all the way back to Adam. Sin is a cumulative debt that's passed down the family line. So, it's not just your sin you have to pay for. It's everybody who came before you in your direct line of succession. It's a growing debt. Okay? That there was no way to discharge. So what Ezekiel 18 is doing here is predicting the new covenant that's also better spelled out in Jeremiah 31:31. This whole idea that there's a new covenant coming. Now, it doesn't declare a new covenant here, but it implies it. This, again, is amplified, as I said, in Jeremiah. So, verse 3 talks about how that proverb is not going to be used in Israel anymore. That's because that chain of ever-growing debt is going to be broken. So that people, when they sin, and this is where we get to verse 4, is that souls, all souls are the God Lord's, the soul of the Father, as well as the soul of the Son, and each one then gets to pay for their own sins. So the soul who sins will die. Essentially, under this new covenant, new arrangement, you're no longer responsible for the sins of your father. Per verse 2, you're just responsible for your own sins. That's the new covenant. Okay? So, there's a whole lot there that's just, as I said, is that you need to take into account to get into it. So this is not physical death. This is spiritual death, the payment of sins. Now, what Christ does is he takes the new covenant one step further. So you have the option to pay for your own sins under the new covenant. But you also got the other option under the new covenant of having Christ pay for your sins. And that's why we celebrate Good Friday. Because that's the point where Christ paid for our sins, is on the cross. So this is not talking about physical death. It is talking about spiritual death. The payment of sins. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Next one here is from Andrew Tinsley for $5. Thank you for the super chat. When did the Philistines first arrive in Canaan? Before or after the Israelite conquest or settlement? The answer is the answer is before. Actually, a couple centuries before. Our first glimpse of the Philistines is in the Amarna letters. That's where they're first mentioned. They're mentioned, I believe, in the 1340s, if I'm correct here, if I remember that correctly. Sure. Yeah, the 1350s to 1330s. So that's where we get our first sort of indications that the Sea Peoples or the Philistines are making those incursions in the coastal plain. So that's about 100 years before the Israelites. So that's when they first arrive in Canaan. Let's say about 100 years before the Israelites, and they're invading the coastal plain from Anatolia. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How has the imagery of cherubim and seraphim changed over time, say from the time of Moses to the exile? Actually, a lot. It has changed an awful lot. The cherubim were basically winged human beings at the time of Moses. So think of it as kind of like female goddess type beings whose arms were also a pair of wings. Okay? Seraphim were more along the lines of winged, sometimes unwinged cobras that spit fire. Okay. It's only when you start getting into the exilic period, and even a little before then, when the Assyrians had invaded the northern tribe of Israel, northern tribes, that you start seeing the imagery of cherubim and seraphim start to change into these multi-headed, six-winged, many-eyed forms. Okay? So there's definitely a marked change in time. The late Bronze Age cherubim and seraphim were radically different than, say, the Iron Age seraphim and cherubim. Like the seraphim of being six wings and multiple eyes, that was not a thing in the Bronze Age. In the Bronze Age, they were just portrayed as snakes. Basically, flying snakes that spit fire. Cherubim were winged lions, but they generally had two wings. The six-winged form you didn't see in until the Iron Age as well. So the iconography had changed a lot over that time. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Johnny Moe for $20. Thank you for that generous super chat. Does Genesis 4:13 to 15 suggest the possibility that there were other people that were created prior to or with Adam and Eve? Verse 17 as well. My church is fundamentalist, so I have been told these are Cain's relatives. Okay, let's take a look at that. Okay, Genesis. Chapter 4, verses 13 to 15, okay? And Cain said to the Lord, my punishment is too great to bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the ground. For thy face I shall be hidden, and I shall be a vagrant and a wanderer on the earth. And it will come about that whoever finds me will kill me. So the Lord said to him, therefore whoever kills Cain, vengeance will be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord appointed a sign for Cain, lest anyone finding him should slay him. And then verse 17, and Cain had relations with his wife, and she conceived and gave birth to Enoch, and he built a city, and the name of the city, Enoch, after the name of his son. All right. Now, the question of were there other people groups prior to or outside of the family line of Adam and Eve is a controversial one in Christian circles. And a lot of this will depend upon your faith tradition. So, strictly speaking, this alludes to the idea that there are other people out there besides Cain. But there also has been suggestions to, especially amongst the fundamentalist circles and young earth creationist circles, that Adam and Eve had many, many children. Not just... The way they would tend to justify this is that Cain is incredibly long-lived, Adam and Eve are incredibly long-lived, and they're producing offspring throughout their entire lives, or producing offspring themselves. So while verses 13 to 15 and verse 17 don't explicitly state that there are other people besides Adam and Eve. Okay? So I don't think you can use that as a sound justification for the idea that there are other people outside of the line of Adam and Eve. However, there is one verse out there that does give justification to that. And it's actually in Genesis chapter 2. And we see early on in Genesis chapter 1, verse 27, God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. You have that creation of mankind, Genesis 1. And then you get the Toledot formulation in Genesis 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were created and were completed, and all their hosts. And by the seventh day, God created his work, which he had done, and he rested from the seventh day. And verse 4, it says, this is the account. Now that word account there, is Toledot. We had a question earlier today about Toledots. This is the Toledot of the heavens and the earth when they were created in the day that the Lord God made heaven and earth. Verse 5 then begins with a consecutive vav. That's super important, because that consecutive vav implies that what comes next immediately follows what happened in verse 4. So, what happens immediately after verse 4 is God takes Adam, sticks him in the garden, and creates Eve. This implies that there's another line, because you have Adam and Eve, male and female, being created in chapter 1, Toledot formula, and immediately after that, Eve is created, who seems to be a special creation apart from what happened in chapter 1. This would suggest that there are more than one lines of persons in the first chapters of Genesis. So you can't get that idea that there were people outside of it, outside of, say, Cain's line, from Genesis 4:13 to 15 and verse 17, but it's pretty strongly suggested in Genesis 1 and 2, verse 4 and 5. So that's what I would think. That's where I would go with this here. Is you can't get it from 4, but definitely it's in chapter 2. All right. That is a very interesting observation. Yes. BC asks the question, maybe subdue the earth means for Adam to subdue mankind as high priest. Yes. That's a very strong possibility. Yeah. 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 Adam's called to subdue the earth as high priest. Yeah. And it's really clear here that given the whole structure of Genesis 1 and 2, that this is a temple structure, and Adam is the first high priest. He's the representative of all mankind. Ooh. And then he goes and steals some fruit. Oh. Okay, so let's get back to the super chats here. Next one here. So anyway, I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and hope it helps. AT Ministries for $4.99. Are we to be baptized in Jesus' name or the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit? Okay. The rule of the early church has always held the position that you are to baptize in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. But it's those verses that talk about, say, being baptized in Jesus' name essentially are making the claim that no baptism is valid without the name of Jesus. Okay? So it's one of those things where a proper baptism, has all three: Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, because you're being baptized in the name of the Trinity. But you can't leave out the Son. So it's one of those things where any of those verses that say you're being baptized in the name of Jesus, that's the name in which is essential to the baptismal formula, but the baptismal formula is inclusive of the Trinity. Okay? So it's one of those things where you should be baptized in the name of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, but without the name of Jesus or the Son, it's not a valid baptism, essentially. So anyway, I hope that helped. That's a quick sort of explanation of this. Thank you very much for Super Chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here. AT Ministries for $1.99. Could you explain cleverness in 1 Corinthians 1:17b? Yes, I could, but I won't. All right, let's pull up the Bible here. My producer is being a smart aleck. Yeah, the difference between can I and will I, yes. Okay. Now, the verse states, verse 17, "For Christ did not send me to baptize, but to preach the gospel, not in cleverness of speech, that the cross of Christ should not be made void. For the cross of Christ is to those who are perishing foolishness, but to us who are being saved, it is the power of God." Okay. Now, the term here for cleverness in verse 17 is Sophia. And the idea here is wisdom of speech. Okay? Sophia means wisdom. But in the context of speech, it's not a wisdom of speech is better known as rhetoric. Okay? So he's saying, Christ did not send me to baptize, but to preach the gospel, not with rhetoric, that the cross should be made void. So essentially, not empty rhetoric. So the idea here of cleverness of speech is that you're so skilled at talking that you're convincing people just by the power of your charisma and your clever terms of phrase and all of that stuff. So it's a repudiation of that. Basically, Paul is basically saying, yeah, he didn't send me to do baptism, but to preach the gospel, but not with rhetoric. Not with rhetoric. But, oh, you acting up. Sorry, our bunny here is acting up. Just a moment, guys. Okay. Okay. Okay, bunny cam. It's bunny cam time. There we goes. There we goes. Okay. Bunny cam. Okay. So, there we go. You got a bit of bunny cam. Okay, so essentially it's talking here about rhetoric. So that's what's going on here is it's saying that the cleverness here is wisdom of speech or rhetoric. Essentially just empty words. Bonbon, 24-hour bunny cam. Oh, well. Yeah, she doesn't like to be picked up. But she is adorable. And she smells like flowers. That's really strange. Okay, so that's what's going on here in this verse. Anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Next one here is from Vermin the Trash Rat for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. My pastor argues that because God created the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, it therefore means and affirms that God created evil. Thoughts? No. Essentially, no. Okay. First of all, let's address what did God actually create here. He created the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, not the tree of good and evil. Okay? That is a really important distinction, okay? The idea here is the knowledge, intimate knowledge. And it's not just any knowledge, it's intimate knowledge. The idea that not only by eating this, it's not that you will know the difference between good and evil. You will intimately experience the difference between good and evil. It's the sort of knowledge that only comes through experiencing it. Kind of the difference between, say, book learning and practical knowledge, practical experience, okay? So, like, for example, you can read all you want about basketball, but until you get on the court and you actually dribble and lay up some shots, you haven't experienced basketball. Dribble the ball. I have no experience of basketball. So, for example, God would know about good and evil in an intellectual way, but had never experienced it himself. The knowledge of good and evil is the knowledge of practical experience. Okay? So, God didn't create evil. Evil's the choice, not the tree. So, your pastor's got it wrong here. God didn't create evil. Because that would end up becoming maltheism, and that would be awful heresy is what it would be. Alexis says he's definitely wrong with that. Yeah, he's definitely wrong with that. The idea that God creates evil is antithetical to the Judean Christian God, essentially. No. God allows evil, but that's not the same as creating it. He allows choice, and he knows people will choose it. But that doesn't mean he creates it. I heard this the other day on an atheist channel where they were going on about, well, God creates human beings who become evil. Didn't God create evil? Knowing that those people would choose evil. No, that's not how it works. Just because God knows you will do something and do evil doesn't mean he created evil. That's the modal scope fallacy. Actuaries know that tens of thousands of people will die in car accidents every year. Insurance actuaries are not causing people to wreck their cars. It's the modal scope fallacy. It is, no, Bonbon. God is not both good and evil. God is good. Okay? God is a merciful God. Permitting evil is not the same as creating it. That's the modal scope fallacy. It's taking something that is, one aspect and expanding its scope to include something that is inappropriate. So no, it's God is not the creator of evil. It's not a maltheist God. It's not an ambivalent God. Islam has an ambivalent God. Christianity doesn't. God of Christianity is a good God. I think so. Let's see. Actually, no, I don't. I'd have to look up if there's a modal fallacy. I don't know. I know about a modal scope fallacy. I don't know about a modal fallacy, so I can't really answer that one. Well, I mean, if Islam thinks that Bonbon says Islam got it right, then no, it didn't. No, because if in the case if it's an ambivalent God, then God doesn't have to keep his promises to you. That's the problem with an ambivalent God, a God that's not all good. He doesn't have to keep his promises to you. He can change his opinion tomorrow. He doesn't have to keep it. He doesn't have to reward good behavior. He can reward bad behavior. So there's some definite problems with a God that's evil as well. Well, if God doesn't have to keep his promises, then we're lost. Because then our salvation's not assured. It's the character of God that determines him, keeping his promises. Okay? A good God keeps his promises. A good God, and the fact is he's God doesn't change. Doesn't change. He's not ambivalent. He cares about his creation. He wants relationship with his creation. This is why God creates. Well, let's take a look at Isaiah 45:7. It's probably calamity. Up here. Isaiah 45. Yeah, this is the creating calamity verse. Okay. Yeah, okay. But let's look at the whole thing here. Okay. Let's start from verse 2. I will go before you and make the rough places smooth. I will shatter the doors of bronze and cut through their iron bars. I will give you treasures of darkness and hidden wealth of secret places, in order that you may know that it is I, the Lord, the God of Israel, who calls you by your name. For the sake of Jacob my servant, and Israel my chosen one, I have also called you by your name. I have given you a title of honor, though you have not known me. I am the Lord, there is no other. Besides me, there is no God. I will gird you, though you have not known me, that men may know from the rising of the setting sun to the setting of the sun that there is no one besides me. I am the Lord, there is no other. The one forming the light and creating darkness, causing well-being and creating calamity. I am now. This is that idea here of Ra, which can be translated sometimes as evil, but it's in this particular context is better translated as disaster, misery, injury, calamity. I am the Lord who does all these things. Drip down, O heavens, from above. Let the clouds pour down righteousness. Let the earth open up and salvation bear fruit and righteousness spring up with it. I, the Lord, have created it. Yes, misery is that's sometimes called situational evil, but It's not moral evil. I think this is a very important point here. Is this verse is not saying God's creating moral evil. It's not saying that. It's saying, yes, God causes well-being. The rain pours on the sinner and the saint alike. And so does the disaster. Earthquakes as well affect sinner and saint alike. Okay? But this is not a moral evil. This is a sort of a consequence of the fallen state of humanity that God allows. This is a secondary cause. Now, we should explain what a secondary and a primary cause is. A primary cause is the stuff that God directly is responsible for creating in his sovereignty. Okay? A secondary cause is what is allowed to happen. Sorry, Bonbon, just because God allows evil does not make him evil. That doesn't work that way. There's a lot of things that governments allow people to do dreadful things to others. Just because it allows it does not mean it condones it. It does not mean it, makes them responsible for it. So it's just, again, it's a fallacious argument. Again, we're back to that modal scope fallacy. Just because you allow a secondary cause doesn't mean you are responsible for it. Governments allow people to get behind the wheel of a car. Sometimes they get behind the wheel of a car drunk. And, that just because they allow a drunk person to get behind the wheel, at least until they get caught, doesn't mean that they're responsible for it. So, yeah, but, it's the same thing. God allows us to have choice. God allows us to choose what we do. So just because, God is God doesn't mean he controls every single little aspect. So I think the Odyssey here needs some development. Yeah, we're not automatons. We're not robots. We're not automatons, so okay. DC. The ice cream factory allowed Bon to buy ice cream. They aren't responsible for him eating the whole tub at once. Yeah, Augustine said that, but he also had to retract it. For what Augustine said, there's usually a retraction that goes with it. Harry Stark. Bonbon's becoming Catholic. Oh boy. Wait, what? Well, you're going there. That's where you're headed. Alrighty, let's get back to the super chats here because we're almost at 11 o'clock here, which is our cutoff. So, okay, let's get back to here. Where do we end up here? Okay, I see here. So that finishes off the vermin, the trash rats question here. So there is a difference between creating evil and creating the tree of the knowledge. And so that's the idea that God created evil here is not supported, essentially. Jack Ray gifted 5 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you very much for that. Support of the channel. We really appreciate it. TA then asks, for $2 Australian, why double Deuteronomy 12:17 is unfair to other child? Okay, this is talking about the inheritance, I believe. Deuteronomy 21:17. Okay. But he shall acknowledge the firstborn, the son of the unloved, by giving him a double portion of all that he has, for he is the beginning of his strength. To him belongs the right of the firstborn. All right. Now, here's the reason why double. Why does the firstborn get a double portion in Israelite society? And that's because he also has greater responsibilities. The firstborn is responsible for caring for the land, providing for his family, including sometimes his deadbeat brothers. So it's part of that society where a double portion was given to the firstborn because they had responsibilities that they had to take on. They couldn't just go off and do their own thing. They were tied to the land. Because they're tied to the land, they are always going to be responsible in some way to the family, to caring for the land itself. And just that is. It's not necessarily an unfair thing just because there's a lot greater burden. Okay? Yeah. And Slam puts here, Slamrn says, the firstborn is not always the firstborn. Yeah. It's whoever's the heir designate. So it's basically the oldest surviving child at the time of inheritance. So there is that too. So basically, the old survivor gets that double proportion. It's also sometimes too that as in, for example, in verse 18, if a man has a stubborn child or rebellious son who will not obey his father or mother, when they chastise him and not even listen, and this is where they, bring him out and stone him as well. But he can also have his double portion taken away if he has not lived up to the responsibilities of being the firstborn. This is why we see, for example, in when Jacob dies, Joseph gets the double portion, not Reuben. Reuben doesn't get the double portion, even though Reuben's technically the firstborn. Joseph gets it because he is the son that has taken care of the other brothers. So yeah, Sam Murphy adds, they also took care of their elderly parents. Yeah, definitely. That was the responsibility of the firstborn as well, as to take care of the elderly parents. So there were added responsibilities above for being the firstborn, to which they would get a second portion, essentially. And frankly, that portion got smaller and smaller too, with the more and more children involved. So, yeah, it was a way of keeping it in the family without it getting too dilute as well. But if you had, say, for example, 4 other brothers, your share of the inheritance was not very big. Okay, I mean, your share of the inheritance is you get 2/6, a third. So it's not like, it was a huge amount to begin with. It depended on how many people were involved as well. So you might have had to carry a whole lot of responsibility for a very long time to receive not very much. So, yeah, Alexis, the youngest brother, is getting a bag of wheat. He gets the candy wrappers. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I hope that helps. Jack Ray for gives us 5 additional memberships. Again, thank you very much for this your support of the channel. We really, really appreciate it. BC for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. What would you say to skeptics that say that substitutionary atonement is unjust? That Christian converts escape justice for the wrongs against fellow man? Well, substitutionary atonement is unjust. It is unjust. But then again, grace is unjust. Think about this for a moment. I mean, really think about this. Grace is the antithesis of justice. With justice, you get what you deserve. Never asked for that, by the way. Never asked for that. With justice, you're getting exactly what you deserve. You're getting righteous punishment for everything you've ever done in your life. That's justice. Yeah. As my producer says, when we say we want what we deserve, we're only thinking about the good things, not the bad. Yes, that is perfect justice, where you get righteous punishment for everything you've ever done. Every lie, every theft, every nasty thing you've ever said. Yeah. Grace is the opposite of justice. Grace is getting what you don't deserve. Grace is unmerited favor. Okay? So, grace, substitutionary atonement, is Jesus Christ paying for our sins. Something we do not deserve. Of course it's unjust. It absolutely is unjust. Because if we had to pay for all our sins ourselves, none of us would survive it. Yeah. Yeah. Holiness is the tension between love and justice, grace and mercy. That's what this is about. Okay? So yes, substitutionary atonement takes all the sins of mankind, puts them on Jesus Christ to pay for them. Yeah, it is unjust. But we couldn't pay the debt. There's no way we can pay the debt. You cannot pay for your own sins. So it's like Substitutionary atonement is unjust. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Because if you want justice, we'd all be in hell. We'd be all separated from God forever, without any hope. That's justice. That's justice. And anyone who thinks otherwise has no clear understanding of the seriousness of their own sins, essentially. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Why is Psalm 14 and Psalm 53 nearly identical? I'm not sure. Let's take a look. The Psalm 14. Can we? Okay, this is the Fool. Okay, this is a really short psalm. 7 verses. Down from heavens and understand. Psalm of David. 3. Maskil. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't really know why they're nearly identical. But they are very similar. Definitely. I would probably have to look this up in a commentary to really give you a good answer on this, but and compare them side by side, probably. So right now I'm going to have to say I don't know. I'd have to look this one up and really sort of get in sort of the meat to really sort of figure. So anyway, that's the best I can give you right now for this one. But anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. It's an interesting subject, yeah. I just don't happen to know why off the top of my head. Okay. T. Thomas for $9.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, Dan McClellan argues in a recent vid that the Pentateuch could not have been from Moses because prose was not common yet in the late Bronze Age. Thoughts? That's garbage. Good grief. That's like, oh my goodness. Prose not common yet in the late Bronze Age. You've gotta be joking. Good grief. They all spoke in Shakespearean sonnets. Oh. You know, he says all sorts of crazy stuff these days. No, I mean, just... I mean, you gotta wonder if he... I mean, a lot of his just presuppositions just are just on the verge of brain rot. I mean, really, they are. I mean,
You got me picturing. Prose wasn't around yet.
I mean, prose is
It's conversation.
yeah, it's conversations. Like what? Huh?
Poetry is that tricky.
I mean, we got prose going all the way back. I mean, Egyptian prose goes all the way back to the Old Kingdom. I mean, it's everywhere. Are you kidding me? I mean, this whole idea that prose was not common. You gotta be joking. You gotta be joking. People only wrote in poetry, obviously. grief. I mean, this one doesn't even. I mean, this wasn't even art. This isn't even.
He's not talking. You know, the and emotions, right? Talking in first century text.
I don't know. I mean, just this is goofy. This is goofy. Yeah, brain rot. It's brain rot. Yeah, his liberal education has rotted his brain away. Well, I mean, I heard him. I mean, I've heard him say some really daft stuff recently, like he did his recent stuff on the no true Scotsman fallacy is just crazy, just crazy. Wow. But the whole idea that prose wasn't common yet in the late Bronze Age, you gotta be kidding. Look at the Meneptah stela. Meneptah biblical stela is written in prose. The reliefs of Ramses II, written in prose. The Annals of Tutmosis III, written in prose. Get it here? Yeah, Slammer says they went around saying roses are red, violets are blue. Bamba says, I repeat, courses in basic logic should be mandatory for biblical scholars. Absolutely. Oh my gosh. I mean, I've just seen some incredible stuff come out of biblical scholars' mouths recently that could be fixed by a basic undergrad course in logic. I mean, just unbelievable. I mean, I've heard some biblical scholars recently say that, well, philosophy is just an impediment to the work of biblical studies. It's like, yeah, and that's why you're always doing informal fallacies, is because it's an impediment. Can't have sound reasoning, because that would be get in the way of what we want to say. And he got right. Pretty sure son said that. Yep, pretty sure he did. Just goofy. Sound thinking should be a part of every scholar's tool chest. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why a course in logic used to be required. As part of your undergrad, and then they stopped making it mandatory in the 1940s and 50s. They stopped it, and we can see what's happened. Just really idiotic stuff. BC cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Yeah, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. It's like we've lost our brains. I mean, it's brain rot set in. Like, wow. I can hardly believe it. I can really hardly believe it. Okay. So, that said, let's move on here, because we're already after 11, which is our cutoff at this point. So, and we still got a bunch of super chats here. So, Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What does Song of Solomon 7:10-13 mean? Let's look that up. Song of Solomon, chapter 7, 10-13. Now, isn't this one of those parts where I'm going to get banned for reading it because it's like too risque for YouTube? Probably. All right, verse 10. I am my beloved's, and his desire is for me. Come, my beloved, let us go into the country. Let us spend the night in the villages. Let us rise early and go to the vineyards. Let us see where the vine has budded and its blossoms have opened, whether the pomegranates have bloomed. There I will give you my love. The mandrakes have given forth fragrance, and our doors are all choice fruits, both old and new, which I have saved for you, my beloved. Oh boy. I don't know if I should talk about this one. Okay. This is a PG-13 channel. In fact, you're not, this channel is everything on this channel has been rated 18 and above. So if you are under the age of 18, you're not even supposed to be watching this channel, okay? And I know we have at least one minor on this channel watching. So, yeah, this is, this is risque. Okay, this is risque. Wait. All right. They are this section, but where's that? Give me a timestamp. $11:06. Bonbon says, I want to put these Song of Songs passages into an AI generator. Oh, by the way, reminds me, I tried one of the for today's live stream. I tried the AI generator for the to do the thumbnail, and all it gave me was a blank page with a line of text across it. It's like, well, I could have done that myself. So I didn't use the AI generated thumbnail. But yeah, totally blank screen. A color. It was nice, kind of cornflower blue, but cornflower blue with black text right across the center. Okay, we will explain it after I sort of get past the yes, Vermin Trash Rat says, I'm sorry, Dr. Fulk, I'm asking because I really do not understand the passage. I know I'm treading on some spicy ground. Oh yeah, it's spicy. But I did not think it would be this bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Okay. I mean, it's good, but it is risque. Okay. So let's try to explain this in really delicate terms so I don't get demonetized.
Yeah.
And that's a great question. Chow Yi says, in light of the Song of Solomon, what role does erotica play in the Christian life? Now, one of the things we should talk about here is the role of the Song of Solomon in general, which is the idea that physical relations between husbands and wives are a good thing. Now, this is very erotic, but it is also meant to be within the confines of a certain relationship. And earlier in the Song of Solomon, he talks about the courtship process. But it's also a celebration of that union. Okay? Now, so let's get back to the original Vermin's question here, because we don't want to let that slip under the line. We can come back to what role does this play in the Christian life afterwards. Okay, so without going too far, let's just talk about the passage. Okay, and this is this part 7 is chapter 7, verses 10 through 13 is from the woman's point of view. Okay? So, I am my beloved's, and his desire is for me. Okay? So you do have that explicit longingness. Verse 11. Come, my beloved, let us go into the country. Let us spend the night in the villages. This is okay, they're going to the villages of the king. The king owns the villages. This is a royal marriage. So he's basically taking her to his holdings, and they're experiencing the life on the town. Verse 12. Let us rise early, go to the vineyards. Okay? Let us see the vine, whether the vine has budded and its blossoms have opened. Okay. Love flowers. Essentially, surround ourselves with flowers. And whether the pomegranates have bloomed. There I will give you my love. So she gives himself to him right there in the field amongst the flowers. Okay? So you're supposed to get this sense of, okay, all around, the flowers have opened. The vines have opened their flowers. The pomegranate trees have opened, bloomed. And pomegranates have beautiful flowers, by the way. Okay? So these flowers have opened, and there's supposed to be the fragrant scent of the flowers in the air. It's supposed to be a pleasant experience as they make love amongst the vines. Verse 13 is interesting too. The mandrakes have given forth fragrance. Now, the mandrake was considered to be an aphrodisiac in the ancient world. It was an aphrodisiac. Basically, we see mandrakes being referenced in the stories of Jacob, where Leah trades mandrakes. She finds some mandrakes. She gives them to Rachel in exchange for a night with Jacob. So they're using that mandrake as an aphrodisiac to sort of get the edge on each other. So, there's that going on here. Okay? And so in verse 13, the aphrodisiacs are giving forth fragrance, and over our doors are the choice fruits. All the new which I have saved up for you, my beloved. So all the best, as they are having this love tour of the vineyards. Okay? So, that's what this verse means. Okay, that's what this passage means. So, it's spicy. Okay? It's meant to be spicy. So, from Trash Rat. Alrighty then. Yep. So then that raises Chow Yi's interesting follow-up question is, what role does erotica play in the Christian life? Well, first of all, it's not erotica in general. But in this narrow context, where it is meant to show that this is a good thing within marriage. This is a good thing. It's a blessing. It is meant to produce fruit. Okay? Children. Okay? Children. Love. Attachment. Bonding. You know, these are the things that come out of a healthy physical relationship within the confines of marriage. So, the question is not so much that erotica should play a part in the Christian life, but I think the Song of Solomon should play a part in the Christian life. Not because it's erotica, but because it shows us things about marriage that are intrinsic goods. So, that's where I think the confines are. It's not that erotica should play a part in the Christian life, but the Song of Solomon should. Particularly for married couples. Because married couples sometimes do forget this. They do forget sometimes that this has to be part of the Christian married life. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you, Vermin Trashright, for that spicy question. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay, Vermin Trashright for $2. Thank you for the super chat. How is Adam a type of Christ? Roman 5:12-21. Okay. Look at Romans. Roman 5 verses 12-21. Okay. That's a big passage. Therefore, just as one man's sin entered into the world, and death through sin, so Adam spread to all men, because all sinned. For until the law, sin was in the world, sin is not imputed where there is no law. Nevertheless, death reigned from Adam until Moses, even over those who had not sinned in the likeness of the offense of Adam, who is a type of him who was to come. So this is a reference here to typology, which is what your question is asking, is how is Adam a type of Christ? And it goes on here. But the free gift is not like the transgression. For if by the transgression the one many died, much more so did the grace of God and the gift of grace of the one man, Christ, abound to the many. And the gift is not like that through the one who sinned, for on the one hand, the judgment arose from the one transgression, resulting in condemnation, but on the other hand, the free grace arose from many transgressions, resulting in justification. Or if by transgression of the one, death reigned through the one, much more those who receive the abundance of grace of the gift of righteousness will reign in the life of one Christ. So then, through one transgression, there resulted condemnation to all men. Even so, through one act of righteousness, there resulted justification of life to all men. For as through one man's disobedience, the many were made sinners, even so, through the obedience of the one, the many were made righteous. And the law came in that the transgression might increase, but sin increased. But where sin increased, grace abounded all the more. That as sin reigned in death, even so grace might reign through the righteousness to eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. Okay. This is, so then getting into what we mean by typology here, is Adam being a type, or sorry, Christ being a type of Adam. Basically, Adam was the first man, at least the man who represented a priestly role among men. Okay? He is supposed to be, Adam was created to basically be the father of humanity, to be the representative of mankind, to lead mankind. So he's the archetype. He's the archetype of mankind. So by archetype, we mean the original type of mankind. Christ is the fulfillment of the archetype, which makes him the antitype. Okay? So Christ is then a type of Adam, but he's different. He's what Adam was promised but never realized. So Adam was supposed to be the leader of humanity and failed. Christ became the leader of humanity and succeeded. Adam was supposed to lead his family in righteousness, but condemned them to sin. Christ, through a righteous act, redeems all mankind, fulfilling the potential Adam never had. Well, he had it and threw it away. So basically, Adam, everything that Adam should have been, as far as his role as a priest to men, a responsible leader, a person who emulated righteousness, and in all those capacities in which Adam failed, Christ did it in righteousness. So that is how Christ became an antitype of Adam. So I hope that explains this. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. We got here a $5 super chat from Jack Ray. Thank you for the super chat. Sponsoring a bonbon question. And do we have a bonbon question? Okay. Give me the first one. Where do I find the first one? 10, 11. Okay. And 11. Yeah, let's see. There. And 11. Okay, I see it. Okay. And Bonbon asks, this is a sponsored question. Thank you, Jack Ray. Was the Abidos Dynasty an ideological reactionary dynasty due to its focus on Abidos, where the first king of Egypt is said to have been buried? If so, was it to defend against the Hyksos? Okay, what does he mean by Abidos Dynasty? That's not clear. There wasn't an Abidos Dynasty. Hey, Bonbon, what do you mean by Abidos Dynasty? Are you talking about the Theban Dynasty? because that was the competing dynasty at the time of the Hyksos. Yeah, Bonbon, we've taken your question here. Not Theban. There was no Abidos Dynasty, so I'm not sure what you're talking about here. So, oh, Abidos Dynasty would have been contemporaries of the 15th and 16th dynasty from approximately. Okay, we've got, yeah. Yeah, really there was, to my knowledge, there was no Abidos Dynasty. Okay. I don't even know where that came from, honestly. I've never heard of an Abidos Dynasty. So, an Egyptologist has never heard of an Abidos Dynasty, then there's, here's the thing. When we're talking about the, when we're talking about the 15th and 16th dynasties, we are talking about an, basically, the Hyksos dynasty had, in the 15th dynasty, had pushed the border all the way down to the outskirts of Thebes. Okay? So, the Hyksos had completely overrun Abydos. Okay? They had completely overrun Abydos. So, there essentially was no autonomous rule of Abydos. In fact, that's one of the things that the Hyksos did was they raided Abydos, the tombs at Abydos. That's one of the things that they were sort of condemned for. So, okay, it's a hypothetical dynasty. Yep. Yeah, I see no evidence for this really. I don't think. I think this would be highly disputed. Highly disputed. I don't know. I've never seen a serious Egyptologist talk about this. So, I don't even know what to say about this other than it just doesn't seem to be congruent with what we know about, say, the war that happened between the Hyksos and the Theban dynasty. Yeah. He says it was elaborated on by Kim Reihold in 1997. Yeah, and Reihold has had to walk back a lot of things too. So, camera slowly zooms in on mysteries. Yeah, pretty much. I've found that. Let's talk about Kim Reihold for a moment because I think that's kind of important too. Reihold is a bona fide Egyptologist, okay, but he's also done some real theoretical, speculative stuff that he's had to walk back. He hasn't gotten everything right. In fact, some of his stuff he has never shied away from the more speculative aspects. But especially in this particular case, where you have, say, in the Hyksos are hiring the Magi. The Thebans are hiring the Magi to each one patrolling the border. Yeah, the Magi are smart. I don't see any room here at all for an Abidos dynasty. I mean, they pretty much ransacked Abidos. So I don't see where there would be any warrant on Abidos Dynasty. I know Ryholt has tried to fit a lot of this stuff in, but he's not always a great source, so I don't use him a lot. I occasionally will use his stuff on the 13th Dynasty, which everyone admits is speculative, as far as where things are placed anyway. I'll consult him sometimes for that, but, some of his other stuff I think is kind of out there. So, yeah, I don't see any justification for it. No evidence. I don't see any evidence for a Abidos Dynasty. So anyway, thank you very much for that question. Very much appreciated. I just don't see it. Okay, next one here from Bubba Homeschool for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Good Friday joke. I've been auditioning for a lot of acting roles lately. Today I auditioned for the role of Jesus. I nailed it. Ooh. They want to see me again in 3 days. Stuart Francis. Ooh. Ooh. Bad joke. Bad joke. Well, you got your $10 of fame there. Ooh. All right, the next one here is from Vermin Trash Rat for $2, sponsoring a bonbon question. Go to the beginning. Okay, 10-11. Let's go. 10-11. $10-11. Give me a moment here just to get up there. Well, I couldn't if I switched down there. I have to go back anyway. All right, getting this now. 10-11. Okay, here's the question. Bonbon asks, do you think China, if Christianity becomes mainstream, will begin to produce their own interpretation and set of text like they did with Mahayana Buddhism? Is there a way to prevent that? They already do. China already runs several state churches representing representing a state-sanctioned church, and yeah, they have their own interpretations and their own translation of the Bible. Okay, this is one of the reasons why the house church movement is so vibrant in China, is because those interpretations, really are focused upon the supremacy of the government. And that's really what China cares about, is the supremacy of the Communist Party. So their state church is it's a nationalist church. It's a church that's focused upon perpetuating the state. So they're already doing it. They're already doing this. Yeah. There's let's see here. Andy Gone Wild says, I've heard Chinese Christians don't take the CCP translation seriously, but I'm not sure. Some do, some don't. Yeah, the ones we know personally don't, but the ones I know are also in the West, so, it's not exactly a fair representation either. So, Bonbon said, like Mahayana Buddhism, they just wrote up new sutras and added them as scriptures. What they did was, in this particular case, what they did was they translated it a certain way. Again, to favor the Communist Party. So, some of, say, the liturgical readings are very focused upon, like, for example, the question on, the, give to Caesar passages. They love those ones. Anything that sort of reinforces the central government is basically very much emphasized within the state churches. So, Anyone Well Asked says, I've heard they've had trouble taking control of all the Protestant denominations. Some do, some don't. But again, they prefer the state church over, say, the house churches, because they can't control the house churches. So it comes down to a matter of how do they sort of clamp down on the house churches without it sort of taking off even more. So they've tried to do both approaches, which is to persecute the house churches while saying, oh, well, you should be using the state church anyway. So it's one of those things where they've tried both, the carrot and the stick, as it were. Harry Stark says, the more persecution from the Chinese government, the stronger the house churches become. Yeah, essentially. Yeah, pretty much. Well, it was until the most recent ruler of China, became chairman. There was a period where there was relatively little persecution for the house churches, and they grew, they flourished. Now that they're persecuting them again, they're growing even more, and they're growing faster. So, Exegetical Apologetics says, pray for those folks. Yes, definitely. Definitely pray for them. Yeah, they could use our prayers. Harry Stark says, the same thing happens in Iran too. Yep. Yes, it does. And they could use your prayers as well. Okay. So that touches on that question, Bonbon question. So I want to thank Vermin the Trash Rat for sponsoring that Bonbon question. We really appreciate it. Next question here is from Daniel Patrick for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. He asks, Dr. Fulk, any comment on the latest misconduct allegations against you in the Red Bar report? What? Hope not true, but can't say it looks good for you? What report? I have know nothing about this. Okay. No, don't know anything about this. What's the Red Bar report? I mean, but what is this? You got me on this one. Yeah, probably a different David Falk. Okay. I'm gonna take a moment here to probably the sports agent. I'm Googling it too, because I've never heard of this. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Sounds almost like sports agent. I'm getting stuff on the sports agent. Yeah, we're all Doctor. We're all David Fulk. That's about it.
Yeah.
Here we got Mars Bar, Snicker Bar. No Diet says I'm hungry. Very stuck. There are a million David Fulks out there. Oh yeah, yeah, there are. We got Bar Mitzvah. No Diet. We are all David Fulk. Yeah.
I mean,
Alexis, the damning information, and giggles a lot. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know what he's talking about. Sorry.
we
Yeah, I have nothing to go on here. All right, so let's get back to the super chats here.
Pretty sure if it's about you. No.
Yeah, I have no idea what this guy's talking about. But thank you very much for the super chat. Your super chat does help to support the channel. All right, so get back to the super chats here because it's a reference to one elsewhere. So come on. This one here is from Addison Weir. See non-super chat. Get to that non-super chat. 38 it looks like. Mr. Empty Report. Okay. Let's see. 838. Okay, Addison Weir. He asks, Christian content creator named something the puppet said that Jonah couldn't have been dead with inside the fish because during that time he repented. Jonah 2, 1 to 10, and would imply that dead people can repent and be saved. Thoughts? The problem is that Jonah 2, 1 to 10 is full of death language. Okay? I don't know why people are so resistant to this idea that Jonah died. I don't get it. I think it has a lot to do with how people are raised with the Jonah narrative. That they're basically, it's Sunday school exegesis. You know, they got an idea from Sunday school and they just can't shake it. David C. Cook shows Jonah inside the belly with a table, an oil lamp, and writing on a parchment while seated on a chair and thinking, this is Jonah. But let's just look at 1 to 10 here. And let's read it. Then Jonah prayed to the Lord his God from the stomach of the fish. He said, I called out my distress to the Lord, and he answered, I cried for help from the depth of Sheol. That's the grave. That's the grave. And he didst hear my voice, for thou hadst cast me into the deep. Okay, the deep is the waters above Sheol, into the heart of the sea, and the current engulfed me, and all the breakers and billows passed over me. And so I said, I have been expelled from thy sight. Nevertheless, I will look again toward the holy temple. Water encompassed me to the point of death. And that point is to the extent of. So the water basically encompassed him till he was dead. The great deep engulfed me. Weeds were wrapped around my head. Okay, if you got seaweed wrapped around your head, you're probably dead. Just saying. It basically on the way down. As you're dying, he's repenting, but that doesn't stop the process of death. Okay? And basically, verse 6 here. I descended to the roots of the mountain. Okay, what's at the root of the mountains? Sheol. That's the land domain of the dead. If he's descended to the roots of the mountains, he's dead. Dead. Osiris dead. But the earth with its bars was around me forever. But thou hast brought up my life from the pit, O Lord my God. While I was fainting away, I remember the Lord and my prayer. So he's on that cusp of death there, and he's praying. Darkblade, take a shot every time he says dead. Yeah. So, essentially, the puppet here is wrong. Jonah was dead. Okay? Even though he was in that process of repenting on the way down. He was in that process of repentance on the way down. That didn't stop the natural process of death. Yeah. It's valid to have the question. I mean, it's a valid question. How could he repent if he was dead? Well, the fact is, he was repenting on the way to death. This is an on the cross kind of repentance. Like the thief on the cross. The thief on the cross was not getting off of that. No matter how much he repented. He was condemned to die. And he was going to be dead. He was on the way to death. And there was nothing he could do to stop it. Jonah was on the way to death. Nothing he could do to stop it. But he still repented on the way down.
Already.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was.
Yeah. So, there is that here that did you see that super chat come in?
Yeah.
All right, good, because it's well after our cutoff already. But if you've already recorded it, we may take it. Yeah. Okay. So essentially that's what's going on here is he's dead, but he's repenting on the way in the process of dying. But he's definitely dead. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people make the death.
I'm gonna think God. Good time to
You know, a deathbed confession isn't uncommon. Okay. Yeah, a deathbed confession isn't uncommon. But this is essentially he's in the belly of the fish deathbed kind of confession. Okay? So he's doing that repentance in the belly of the fish as he's dying. But he is dead. All right? So, that's it. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated and hope it helped. Okay. Next one here is from Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on the doctrine of ancestral sin? I'm not sure what you mean by the doctrine of ancestral sin. I'm aware of a doctrine of original sin. I am aware of the doctrine of cumulative sin. You know, basically, that sin is accumulated from your ancestors over time. But I haven't heard of the doctrine of ancestral sin per se. I have heard of people ask about, say, generational sin. That I've heard of. You know. Yeah, Alexis, that might be what he's talking about. The idea of sin that's carried on to the next generation. That's probably what he means is generational sin. The idea that a whole generation sins and then the next generation has to yes, please, to pay the price for it. Yeah, BC says generational curses, etc. Yeah, essentially that's sort of the uptake here, is the idea that a whole generation, you know, does something horrendous, and then a generation or two afterwards has to pay the price for this. It's kind of the idea of karma for societies. So the whole idea of is that, you know,
That's societies of what something happened.
Yeah.
So there.
Yeah. So it's a kind of communal guilt. It's a kind of communal guilt where an entire generation is responsible for a certain act or crime that is then sort of have that guilt is then passed on to the next, say, representatives of that society or generation. Yeah, Germany. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the generational guilt of, say, what happened in World War II in National Socialist Germany. Yeah, and like, for example, the German people have had to work really, really hard to make up for what happened during, say, those years under National Socialism. So there's a type of, say, generational guilt, as it were. So that's probably what he means here is generational sin and generational guilt. Yeah, it does come to an end. Yeah, it's not permanent, and it's really more of a communal, the idea of communal guilt. So that's really what it's meant here, is that the generation or the institutions around that generation are held to account for that happening, as it were. So there is something to communal guilt. Okay, there is something to it. But it's also, say, limited in scope too. It's something that happens to societies, generations, institutions, that sort of thing. So anyway, I hope that helped. That's the best we could figure out what you were asking, and we really appreciate the super chat. Thank you very much. Okay, Robert Laird for 499. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, Dr. Fulk, do you happen to have a relative named Dan Fulk who wrote a piece for Mental Floss about more people being literate in ancient Judah? To my knowledge, I do not have a relative by that name, but there's a lot of Fulks. A lot of Fulks, and even a lot of David Fulks. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. But yeah. But there's actually, I mean, frankly, there's even more multiple David Fulks in David's Focus. Well, yeah. There's that, isn't there? Okay. But yeah, as far as I know, I don't have any relatives by the name of Dan Fulk. I know there's other David Fulks and even some that are local that do theology. So it's a very, very common name. Very common name. Okay. We got here a super sticker from Richard Clement for $20. Thank you very much for that super sticker. Was there a question attached to that? Do a quick look, see if there's. Yeah, sometimes they'll put in a super chat and not put anything in. So we'll just do a quick check here. Nope, just looks like a super chat, super sticker. So thank you very much for the support of the channel. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Those super stickers are really helpful. We really appreciate it, and thank you so very much. Okay, the next one here is from another one from Richard Clement, this time with a super chat for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Romans 3-5, it doesn't sound like Paul is describing Nero. Could he be describing the type of leader that Romans 2 should be applied to? Well, the problem is when we do know, like, there are some passages where he uses the same sort of discourse to talk about Nero. Okay. So he's not specifically talking about when he talks about the leaders that you are supposed to give your allegiance to. He isn't talking about the good ones. And like there's the other, let's see if I can find it here. Yeah. Yeah, it is Romans actually, so if I recall right, it's during the Nero. I can get a date for Romans. Second. see, what's the date of composition? So early 57. Yeah, okay. The composition of the Book of Romans is between 54 and 57 AD. Nero reigned from October 13th, 54 to June 68. Okay, so Romans is written right smack dab in the middle of Nero's reign. Okay, so I think that sort of puts to bed the whole idea of this being not Nero. Okay. um yeah. So yeah, this is written right in the middle of Nero's reign. So yeah, it would apply to Nero. So yeah, you know what? We all would like to disobey the worst of the worst leaders. Okay. I think there's a really natural inclination to it. So I mean, look, we would all love to resist the tyrant. I mean, and Nero is the tyrant par excellence. He's a type of Antichrist. Maybe not the Antichrist. He's not the antitype of the Antichrist, but he is a type of Antichrist. So, yeah, he is your paradigmatic tyrant. However, we can't also escape the fact that escape the fact that the Book of Romans was written during Nero's reign and right in the middle of it. So, so I don't think we can really escape that. And I think that's the problem here, is that Romans is written. I mean, there's no window for the Book of Romans that is outside of the reign of Nero. So, I just think we can't get out of this one. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate it, and I sympathize with the sentiment. I mean, no one wants to sort of owe a tyrant anything, but yeah, what can I say? Romans was written during the worst persecutions of Christians, so all of that, you know, follow, follow godly, God provided leadership, you know, um, he who resists authority as opposed to the ordinances of God, he who bears the sword does so for a reason. That sort of language that you find in like Romans 13 has to be taken in light of Nero's reign. Okay. So anyway, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it, but that's, you can't just, this one's not an easy one to, you can't wiggle out of that one. No, it is Nero. Okay, let's get to the next super chat here. Super chat here. Is from Okay, we got another one here, sponsoring another bonbon question. At 10:05. $9:01. All right. 9:01. Do it 9:01. That's okay because there's a second one going to be sponsored too right after it. We got one Jack Ray sponsoring one at 10:05, and then Vermin the Trash Rat sponsoring another bonbon question at 10:05 as well. Yeah, take the two. We'll take the two at the same time. So we'll thank Jack Ray now, and we'll also thank Vermin the Trash Rat for another sponsor of a bonbon question. And then we will go to 9:05, you said? 9:01, okay. And take both of those questions there. Yeah, bonbon victory tonight, yes. That 9:01? Okay, I see him. All right. Okay. Bonbon asked the question, were the Egyptians ever skeptical and feel the need to prove the existence of God? Of course, Ray didn't need proof, but what about more obscure invisible ones, including Happy? What's Happy to them literally living in water? Okay. Egyptians didn't ever express skepticism towards their gods. It was part of their stories. It was part of their culture. So they never felt this, they didn't seem to feel the need to try to prove the existence of the gods. They just sort of accepted them. And part of it reason was because their gods were visible to them. Happy was the god of the river, not the water. Okay? So the Nile itself was happy. Okay? So they didn't need proof of Happy's existence because he was there. He was the river. He was the Nile. They didn't need proof of the goddess Nut, the sky goddess, because the Milky Way, if you look at it in just the right angle, it looks kind of like they could picture that as a body of a woman up in the sky. You know, you see the reliefs in the tombs where they show the goddess Nut, and you can see where the stars are there, and it's roughly shaped in the body, and you can kind of see it if you know, kind of use your imagination. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Bonbon asks, does that mean they went inside Happy? Oh yeah. And Happy went inside of other things too. Like, for example, there was this idea that there was a cavern underneath the Nile that Happy would also inhabit. So it wasn't just that the idea was that Happy was the river, but Happy was the river and a god that lived under the river in a cavern. So, like, for example, Geb, the earth god, they lived on Geb. You know, Geb was the earth, and the earth was Geb. The two were synonymous. You know, the sky was Nut, and Nut was the sky. So it was a one-to-one correspondence. So, you know, it wasn't just that they, like, I mean, Ray was the sun, and the sun was Ray. So it was they were never really skeptical about the existence of their gods. It also helped too that Egyptian ritual reinforced interaction with their gods as well. Like, for example, when they did the festival days, the bark of, say, the sun god, Amun-Re, would go on procession and answer questions of the people. So the people would come up and ask questions of the bark, of the god inside the bark, and the bark would move one way for yes and wiggle the other way for no. So that's, in the public mind, confirmed the existence of God because God is answering them directly. So, it wasn't an issue to them. It wasn't an issue to them that that they needed to be that skeptical, because there was enough sort of stuff that confirmed their existence, at least to their satisfaction, that was consistent within their frame of reference. Bonbon asks, but they knew the priests were inside the idol, right? Sometimes, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, for example, there's some of the idols had drawstrings to move the mouth, and they would as the mouth was being moved with the drawstring, the priest would presume would speak on behalf of the idol. Now, there is something called a social contract, where in a social contract situation, there's an agreement, an unspoken agreement between parties. And what we have in this particular case is a religious social contract. The practitioner of the religion asks the statue a question. The priest listens to the question, responds to the question, moves the voice, the mouthpiece of the god, and the social contract here is basically suspending disbelief. The person asking the question knows it's the voice of a priest. Knows it's the voice of a priest. But the priest is acting as a proxy for the god. There's an social contract between the priest and the worshiper, that the priest will accurately relay the opinion of the god, and that the voice, even though it's a human voice, is speaking on behalf of the god. The worshiper wasn't fooled by this. Okay, the worshiper, the guy given the petition to the god, was not fooled. But it's a religious fiction to carry out the necessities of the religion. So it didn't make him skeptical. It didn't make him skeptical, because these are agents on behalf. These are agents on, the priests are agents on behalf of the religion. So they're the duly appointed representatives of the religion. So the priest speaking on behalf of Re, he's just doing what Re is telling him to do. So it's not just a suspension of disbelief, even though there's probably some aspect to that. It's the fact that they know, but they accept it as part of the social contract of, if I want to get Re's answer, I got to hear it through the mouth of a priest. So, well, Bonbon asks, that wouldn't work for today for Christianity. Well, it does sometimes. There is still that some social contract there, say, in some forms of Christianity. Like, for example, where, say, Catholic confession is an example of this. Catholic confession, the confessor, goes into the confession booth, confesses his sins to a priest, and the priest says, you're forgiven in the name of Jesus Christ. Well, there's a social contract there within Catholicism that says that the priests have the power to forgive sins on behalf of God. That's a social contract. There's nothing saying that that's the only way sins are forgiven, but it does happen. These social contracts happen in a lot of religions. It's not just Egyptian religion. It happened in Israelite religion. It happened in certain forms of Christianity. It does happen. So, and Bonbon asks one more thing. They thought that the sun, sky, earth were conscious or not. Yes, both. Both. The actual sort of thinking process of a god in Egyptian myth is a little obscure. Okay? And at some times they held to both beliefs. That, say, for example, these were sort of inert forces of nature, and they were conscious. And the type of impression you get will depend upon who's writing the particular piece of text. So it's sort of a both situation. It's not just that they thought they were conscious or unconscious, but sometimes they will think of them in both terms. Sometimes even in the same text, they will think of them in both terms. Like, for example, they'll think of the god Seth, the storm god, as this sort of raw, unthinking, destructive power. And at the same time, they'll think of him as a conniving, scheming usurper as well. So they'll think of him in both capacities. That capacity for unconscious power, and at the same time, too, a thinking, rational, conscious deity. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And did we get both questions for him here? That might have been just the one. Let's go back and get the other one here. Okay, let me just get up to there. Yeah, I know. We're gonna have to start cutting off here. Because we are after midnight already. Talk faster, yeah. Talk less. Always a fun way to spend a Friday. Yeah, definitely. But we do enjoy this. We do enjoy answering your questions. So, okay, there's the 13 and 11. Okay, the other question is from Bonbon, why does Catholic Poland have more devotional material? I think either for some forms of poems, liturgical stuff towards Mary than even towards Jesus. What developments led to this? Okay. It is an it is a particular influence of Marianism on Roman Catholicism in Poland. Now, you do find this in the Catholic world, and to a lesser extent, although still very prevalent, in the Eastern Orthodox world, where you see a lot of devotion to Mary. Now, what caused this? Okay. What caused this was an idea of, say, Christus Victor theology. The idea that Christ is, or sometimes called the Pantocrator theology. The idea that Christ is conqueror, he's a powerful deity, he's not somebody to be trifled or messed with. He's a fierce warrior. He's doesn't laugh. He doesn't have a good sense of humor. He doesn't giggle like Dr. Fulk. He's so he's unapproachable. Christ is unapproachable because he's so serious. He's so serious and so powerful. So what do you do? What do you do when you've got a deity that's like that? Well, you hit up his mother. She's more the maternal type. She's understanding. She's caring. She'll listen. She'll put in a good word with her son. Okay? That's how this developed. This is why, in, say, the Catholic world, there's no figure that gets more devotion than Mary. And that's the reason, is because she's approachable. BC, Dad said no, I'm going to ask Mom. Yeah. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Yeah, it's exactly what's going on. This is why the Catholic world is like this, is because of its conception of Jesus Christ is not one of, say, caring, but one of power and, say, callousness, brutality. All serious, no fun. And, he just cares about his kingdom. So go to Mom. Go to Mary. She'll care. She'll put in good word for you. So, Seneca Nero says, the saints seem to be a holdover from polytheism. No, it's not quite like that. It's not really a holdover from polytheism. But it is a holdover. There is a certain medieval Newman phenomenology there. Okay, it's not polytheism, but there is a phenomenology there that is that's from that world. Okay? That sort of was common around 500 AD. So it's not quite a holdover from paganism. So it's not polytheism, but there's a phenomenology there that happened just at the right time historically, that opened the door for veneration of the saints. Okay. So, that's the developments that led up to this. It's probably more common in Poland, Italy, and Spain than it is in, say, like other Catholic countries like France and say Catholic regions in North America like Mexico, New Orleans, etc. So you do see a lot of it in Poland, you see a lot of it in Italy, and you see a lot of it in Spain. Ireland, less so, believe it or not, but you do see it in Ireland too. It's there, but it's less so. For some reason, those sort of Italy, Spain, and Poland are hotbeds of Marianism. But again, that might be a cultural thing too. That might be a cultural thing too, where fathers are less approachable. Now, that's one of the things we have to keep in mind too, that there's cultural currents to this. Like, for example, we get our ideas about God from our fathers. We get our confidence from our mothers. Okay? So in a place where, say, fathers are less approachable, you're probably in Catholic regions going to get more Marianism. And, fathers in Spain are not very approachable. Neither are they in Italy or Poland. And not so much, in other Catholic states as well. But in places where, say, fathers are more approachable, you get less Marianism. I don't think that's a coincidence. So, yeah, Jesus is like a father. In that respect, in that sort of how people approach him, especially in Catholic circles. Again, that Pantocrator view of Christ. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for sponsoring that question. Back to this. We're off here. Okay, we got a new YouTube member, Mama. Thank you very much for sponsoring the channel. We appreciate you supporting it. So, thank you for being a YouTube member. We appreciate it. Addison Weir for $4.99. Does 1 Corinthians 15:45 teach Adam was the first human being? I don't think so, but let's take a look. 1 Corinthians 15. Okay. Now, the New American Standard is going to translate a certain way, as most Bibles are, but it says here, also it is written, the first man, Adam, became a living soul. The last Adam became a life-giving spirit. Now, first here is protos, first or chief, the highest. So, it can mean first as in first in ordinance or appearance, but it can also mean chief as well. So, but you could make the argument here that this is referring to at least the first man in the scope of, say, redemptive history. So, there is that possibility here, especially because of its connection to becoming a living soul. So, yeah, I mean, could be. I wouldn't discount that. Little bunny's back. Okay, so so yeah, it's possible. It's a possible interpretation here. Probably have to give it a more closer examination, but again, that first protos can mean more than just first and ordinal, but it could also mean the chief as well. In which case, Adam being given a special status as, say, priest would be the way it would be interpreted in that. So, okay. But anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Steve K. For $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you think the Bible presents a flat earth? Revelation 7:1, 75:3. If so, should we consider these verses to reference what people believed, not that the Bible is teaching a flat earth? Well, let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at those. Revelation. Let's pull up our Bible. 7 verse 1. After this I saw 4 angels standing at the 4 corners of the earth, holding back the 4 winds of the earth so that no wind should blow on the earth or on the sea or on any tree. Okay. Just because it says there are 4 corners does not necessarily mean it's flat. Yeah, we always say there's 4 corners. So, north, south, east, and west, as it were. So, that doesn't imply it's flat. And even if we do assume, say, an ancient Near Eastern, say, cosmology, that would be analogical language anyway. So, let's see, Psalm 75, 3. The earth and all who dwell in it melt. It is I who have set its pillars, Selah. Okay, yeah, this is that ancient Near Eastern cosmology. The whole idea that the earth, not necessarily flat, but was set upon pillars, and beneath the pillars you have the waters and Sheol. This is ancient Near Eastern cosmology. It's again meant to be analogic. So this is analogical language, which is they're using something that they're familiar with to compare what they're not familiar with. So, I don't think that the Bible is presenting a flat earth. It's just, this is all analogical language, essentially. So it's not necessarily what people believed. It's what they're comparing it to relate what they cannot understand. So it's not teaching, the Bible's not teaching here that the earth is flat. It's basically comparing it. Like, for example, here's one for example. I'll give you an example of analogical is when during the flood narrative, and it says the windows of heaven open up and the waters poured forth. Okay. There are no windows in heaven. Okay. It's just opening up, there's shutters, but that's the image, is that it's relating. It's giving you the image of a window in a house that the shutters open up and water pours out of it. Okay? There's no window in heaven. They didn't think there was a window in heaven. What they're doing is they're taking something they're familiar with, which is a window on a house, and comparing that to something that they are, unfamiliar with. So this is Richard Averbeck wrote a very good article on analogical language in the ancient Near East, and I would highly recommend that article. BC says, historians in 2,000 years, when the ancients used to say their sports team was on fire, did they really mean this literally?
Sometimes they're fat. Sometimes the party's going to lie.
Well, you know what? What's going to happen is at some point you are going to get some archaeologist in the future that's basically going to say, well, they celebrated their sports events by human sacrifice. They celebrated their victory by setting their team on fire. Literally. Yeah, you know, they had a legal code against murder, but for their sports team, they made a special exception. You can see it in the decks, right? You know, they won the game because, and then they set them on fire. They were set on fire. Oh yeah, yeah. You'll get some crazy stuff that'll happening. You know, well, you know, we do something similar too with analogical language too. You know, most of you run Windows. You run the Windows operating system. Do you really have a window on your computer? Yeah, we've done the exact same thing. We don't do it with flood rains, but we do it with computer interfaces. You don't literally have a window on your screen.
We don't move to the desk. Walk out the door and find the damn thing. Here.
Pavel says soccer and anatomy. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, BC, the Great Firewall of China is yet to be found. Jack Ray, I have a screen on my window. Alexis, my phone is literally an apple. Oh yeah, archaeologists are so messed up. Archaeologists of the future, oh, they're toast. I mean, they're not gonna understand this generation one
They're
bit.
just gonna write it off and
Oh, think of the mess that Apple Corporation has made. You know, where everything starts with an I. They're gonna be arguing for generations. What does the I mean? There'll be dissertations written on what is the meaning of I on iPod, iPad.
it was.
Okay, let's get back to this here. All right, next one here is from SlamRN for $10. Thank you for the super chat. For your bunny, a little bit to help you buy some nice hay, fresh veggies, fruit, and pellets. Hey, it's Easter, laugh out loud. Thank you, and good night to all. Well, thank you very much. We really appreciate the support. She will be most grateful for the fresh hay and the veggies. She doesn't get much fruit. We don't give her a lot of fruit because she'll be a tubby bunny if we do. But she gets some pellets and she gets veggies and she gets hay. All the hay she wants. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. It was a real thrill having her on here tonight. So it's appropriate to have a bunny on the live stream for Easter. So and clearly, yeah. Right, Jack Ray, 5 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Vermin the Trash Rat for $1. There wasn't any question with that, right? At 11 p.m. We should, at this point, 11 p.m. is our official cutoff. Mom is the only exception to that, I think. So, well, Trash Rat should know the rules anyway, so he didn't ask anything. I'm just trying to figure out if he had. Doing a quick slide here. It looks like it's just a super sticker. Okay. He says, I have no question, Dr. Fulk. Just want to say thank you for everything. Well, thank you for the support and thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's our pleasure to come on here and to answer your questions. So, we love, this is our way of interacting with the community. We love doing it, and we wouldn't miss this for the world. Okay, and we're gonna get down to the last ones here, and then the night here. Talbot Slade, very, very generous $500 super chat. Thank you so very much. You've been very generous to us with us tonight. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Your support has allowed us to go full time, and we really appreciate it. We couldn't have done it without your help. We are so very grateful. Thank you very much. And he just says, no question, just saying hello. Well, happy Easter to you. And we wish you the best of joy at this time of the year of our Savior coming to pay for our sins. So, blessings to you also. Right. And then we got here, Mama for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Sponsoring Milo question that Kiara liked earlier, second attempt. All right, let's see which one is that. That's way back. How way back? I'm just going to start scrolling back, and you can tell me a timestamp. So way back, this is going to take a while. Wow, that is way back. No, because we do have to post it on the screen. Oh, 8:55, huh? Okay. Oh, does it? Be friendly with crocodiles. Oh, yeah, I don't like crocodiles. $8:55, huh? Got there faster than I thought we would. 8:50. Okay, here we go. From Milo, he asked the question. I've noticed in modern day, villages are able to form relationships with crocodiles, even salties. Did the Egyptians have anything like that? Not really. They live with crocodiles. They were deified. God Sobek was the crocodile god. So in that respect, there was a religious relationship between the Egyptians and crocodiles. The Nile crocodile is what was indigenous. Okay. But they also hunted crocodiles. Okay. Because they did kind of get out of control. So they hunted the Nile crocodile used to run the entire extent of the Nile River, from the Fourth Cataract all the way down to the mouth of the Nile Delta. Crocodiles inhabited all that area. In fact, there used to be huge ones in the Fayoum. Massive, massive crocodiles in there. Some of them were up to, like, I believe 20 feet in length. That's a big lizard. All right. That's a very big lizard. Today, the only place where you will find crocodiles in Egypt is in Lake Nasser. And you don't go scuba diving, you don't go swimming in Lake Nasser. Okay? There's crocodiles in there. My sort of encounter with crocodiles was when I was doing a night photography at Abu Simbel. Okay? I was out at Abu Simbel at night doing some night photography. And you hear these chirps. Chirps. Chirp, 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 chirp. Yeah, not, was not frogs. Not frogs. And not birds. Baby crocodiles. And I remember walking by a wading pond. You could hear them in the wading pond. You know, they're close. You know, these baby crocodiles are not like feet away. I mean, I'm not sure what was freakier, to be honest, the wild dogs or the crocodiles. Yeah. The wild dogs were really disturbing. Okay, they were really disturbing. And probably more dangerous than the crocodiles, in all honesty. But, at least there was a fence that, some of the time, not all the time, that could separate you from the crocodiles. So you didn't generally have much to fear from crocodiles as long as you stayed away from the water's edge. Yep. And there was a fence at Abu Simbel that prevented you from going to the water's edge, but there's parts of that that area too that didn't have that fence. And sometimes the crocodiles do come on land, especially the babies. In fact, the juvenile crocodiles often will go inland as far as a mile. And what they're doing is escaping the cannibalism of their parents, essentially. So, but yeah, I heard crocodiles when I was out there. So, yeah, it's the only place that still has crocodiles, Lake Nasser. So, and it is freaky. It is freaky to hear them. But that's my one encounter with crocodiles. But they didn't have a special relationship with them. They did hunt them. They did worship them. They mummified them. Yeah, they mummified them. And there were some awfully big ones. Some really, really big ones. In fact, some of the crocodile mummies that they found at Oxyrhynchus were wrapped in papyri that has become an important textual source for us. So, yeah, how they even killed crocodile? Spears. Yeah, Harry Stark asks, how do they even kill crocodiles? They use spears. Yeah. Many, many spears. Okay. Yeah, you could finish off a crocodile with spears, essentially. But that's how they would do it, and, yeah. Ooh. Okay. BC, wait, we've been reading crocodile raps? Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's some, there are some important, New Testament documents that were preserved on crocodile raps. Yep. Alexis asks, did the Egyptians use bows? Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Very early on, in fact. They had both a simple bow and composite bow. And arrows they had arrowheads going that are extant from the Neolithic period. The original, they start off as kind of these harpoon-shaped arrowheads that were made of flint, but they also went to say bronze, what they call a lanceolate, which are kind of a leaf-shaped arrowhead later on in the New Kingdom. So yeah. Harry Stark, wow, I wonder how many people got their limbs cut off from attacking the crocodile. It happened. Yeah, there were a lot of people injured by crocodiles. Crocodiles and hippos were the most dangerous animals in the Nile. Hippos more so. Hippos were extremely dangerous. But crocodiles took their fair share of people as well. Yeah. Alexis said, I've never actually seen an Egyptian bow. I'm going to look it up later. There's actually several recovered from the tomb of King Tut. And it was published in a work by MacLeod. So he talks about, MacLeod talks about Egyptian bows, particularly the ones from King Tut's tomb. So, but yeah, there was King Tut had, I think, 3 bows, some elaborately decorated. So, yeah, it was a important thing. Okay, so that is the Milo Q question. We're down to the last couple here. Jack Ray gifted 5 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you very much. And then another 5. Thank you again. We really appreciate your support. You're one of our great supporters on this channel, and we do really appreciate all you've done for us. And thank you so very much. And finally, the last super chat of the night here is from Algot Robertson for 20 Swedish kroners. Thank you very much for the super chat. That's over the time, but it's a quick question, and I can answer this one super fast, which is, have you seen an Astrid Lindgren movie? No. I have not. At least not to my knowledge. What movie would that be? So, the answer is no. To my knowledge, I've never seen one. So that is going to be the last super chat of the night. I'm going to call it here because it's almost 1 o'clock. Astrid is the Pippi Longstocking woman. Oh, okay. Well, I remember a version of Pippi Longstocking when I was a kid, but, that was like ago. Oh, Okay. I guess I have seen a Pippi Longstocking movie. I was like 7. Yeah, I don't know specifically what he's talking about, but, we can look it up afterwards. Anyway, we're going to call it a night because it's like 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock my time. Okay. So we're happy that you all stayed up, stuck in as long as you guys did. 36 of you are still online here, so you've held out. So with that said, we want to wish you all a very, very happy Easter season. It's no longer Good Friday. We're now into Saturday, so anyway, we want to thank everyone who supported our channel tonight with great questions, great super chats, and those who donated to us. We really appreciate it. Alexis, are you California time? Because we're Vancouver time, so it's 1 a.m. here, so okay. So we want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. Again, a great set of questions. We are so appreciative of it. We also want to thank our Patreon subscribers and our YouTube members who also help us by keeping the lights on and the equipment repaired. We also want to thank our regular viewers who watch this channel, hit that like and subscribe button, and recommend our content to other social media venues, because that gets the word out. With that said, thank you very much for joining us tonight. We hope you have a great Easter season. We'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.